nature thereof. No one has declared any conflicts. We'll move to number 8, recognitions, 2020 Senior Awards presentation. Pass it over to Councillor Latimer.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. Well, June is Seniors Month, and so often over the past 3 months, we have heard many concerns through the media regarding the vulnerability of our older population. The Chatham-Kent Senior Achievement Awards provides an opportunity to remind all of us of the volunteer commitments, skills, and gifts that several of our older adults in the Chatham-Kent community continue to share with others. This year, the Chatham-Kent Senior Achievement Award committees were pleased to receive 13 nominations. Each of these folks understand the value of their life experience, and their attitude is awe-inspiring. It's a joy to watch and for others to share in their dedicated volunteer work and accomplishments. So tonight, it is my pleasure to announce that Carolyn Powers has been named winner of the 2020 Chatham-Kent Senior of the Year Award. Congratulations, Carolyn. Carolyn has volunteered nearly 60 years in the Scouting and continues to participate regularly in her Sertoma, Master Son, and Drug Education Alliance volunteer activities. Carolyn has also served on Chatham Canada Day committees, helped out with Racing Against Drugs, continues to drive for Home James, and she remains an active Legion member. We look forward to presenting Carolyn the 2020 Senior of the Year Award in person once we're back meeting in council chambers early this fall, subject of course to current meeting restrictions being lifted. For those interested in learning more about all those nominated for the 2020 Chatham-Kent Senior Achievement Awards, biographies of nominees can be found on the Chatham-Kent website. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the members of the Chatham-Kent Senior Achievement Award Committee, namely Karen Herman, Catherine Vanek, Barb Barron, and Eleanor Mifflin. These ladies have been instrumental in the recognition of 1,000 plus deserving older adult volunteers in our community, and they are also responsible for the coordination of the Chatham-Kent Senior Expo, held annually in Blenheim over the past 33 years. On behalf of the Mayor and Council, I would like to commend this committee for their ongoing volunteer dedication, and especially their guidance and perseverance through this recent unprecedented time. Their continued hope and optimism inspires all of us that next year will be a return of all we love at the Blenheim Senior Expo in June 2021. We hope to see everyone there. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. What some great achievements there. We'll go to 8B, Accessibility Advisory Awards presentation. Mike Gerard, can you take it over, please?
Yes, I can. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Gerard. I'm the current chairman of the Chatham-Kent Accessibility Advisory Committee. The goal of this committee is to work with the municipality to advise and assist municipal departments in the promotion and facilitation of a barrier-free environment. We achieve this through the review of municipal policies, programs, and services, and through the identification, removal, and prevention of existing barriers. I'd first like to welcome everyone and thank everyone for taking the time today to help us acknowledge some truly excellent people and local businesses. Today, we're just going to recognize 3 local individuals and businesses who did go above and beyond in the pursuit of accessibility, advocacy, and equality. The first award we want to present is to a business that stands out by providing an accessible facility and accessible customer service for all of its residents. The AODA has strict guidelines when it comes to opening, owning, and operating a business. On rare occasion, the committee comes across a business that not only meets these requirements, but exceeds them in creative ways. This promotes inclusion and acceptance and creates an environment that everyone can enjoy. The first award is the Veronica Vaughn Accessible Business of the Year. This award is being presented to a business that goes above and beyond by procuring exceptional service and removing these barriers. When the committee toured Eden Villa, a locally owned retirement facility, we were impressed with recent renovations and exceptional staff training. The new wing of the facility that was recently constructed has wide hallways, large accessible units, and a communal area suitable to be used by residents of all abilities. All of the staff were knowledgeable about the AODA and outgoing and helpful when asked questions. Residents passing along commended the staff team on being supportive even when placed in challenging situations. For these reasons, we are delighted to present the Veronica Vaughn Accessible Business Award to Eden Villa. The second award that we want to present is the Sheila Lindsay Powers Accessibility Advocate Award. This award is presented to a local advocate dedicated to removing barriers. This business or individual goes beyond expectations when they are called to action and strive towards creating accessible environments. This award is being presented to St. Clair College for their continuous dedication to removing both physical and attitudinal barriers on campus. The college has received many compliments from students and residents regarding their approach to concerns and swift removal of barriers. Students praise this college for being accommodating to individuals' needs and providing exceptional advice and support. Residents who identified barriers also reported that these concerns were always taken seriously and the resulting changes were enacted quickly, usually within 24 hours. So we would like to thank St. Clair College for their continuous dedication. Finally, the Sid Hebert Perseverance Award is presented to an individual who lives beyond perceived limitations to promote accessibility and help others in the community. This award is being presented to Rick Francis for his years of hard work and dedication to the Chatham-Kent Accessibility Advisory Committee and his community at large. Rick is a well-known advocate of accessibility and has actively participated in community accessibility promotion campaigns and endeavors, all while persevering with his own long-standing personal physical mobility and health challenges. So thank you very much, Rick Francis. The committee would like to thank all recipients for their continued dedication to tearing down barriers and making Chatham-Kent accessible to all people. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. I hope that you can feel the virtual handshakes coming from each and every councillor, myself, and the administration to all the award winners, as well as the senior award winners. The community is much better for everything both those winners receive. So thank you very much for everything you're doing. With that, we'll move into planning, 9A. Bruce?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just, here we go. Waiting for the screen.
Judy, while that's loading, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you confirm you can see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen with the number, like many slides to the left side, but yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just talk about the meeting process for tonight's planning meeting. Oops, sorry. First of all, the clerk will announce each individual planning item as they come up on the agenda. The clerk will then advise if any written submissions have been received regarding a planning item. If so, the clerk will read the written submissions that have been received. At this point in time, I'm not aware of any written submissions being received for any of the applications on here tonight. If there are any items where a written submission is received, we will proceed with the presentation. Otherwise, we won't. Council will be asked if it has any questions of administration or the applicant if present. And then finally, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item. Regarding notice, any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make a submission to the municipal clerk of the corporation before the proposal is approved. They are not entitled to appeal a decision to the local planning appeal tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. And with regard to notice of passing tonight for any applications, they will be posted on the municipal website at the planning notices page on our website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including the appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Okay.
9A, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Viken Dickermagen, 19 Albert Ave, Community of Ridgetown, East Kent. There were no written submissions and the applicant is not online. However, there is a motion that is being requested by the applicant that the application be postponed to a future meeting for which public notice will be provided.
Councillor Pincinel and Councillor Wright, will you put those forward, please?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any questions regarding that? Hearing none. Anyone opposed? Oh, sorry, we're
If council can vote on the screen and hit submit.
Judy, you might want to allow me to vote, and there's no submit button.
Okay, how do you vote, Councillor Oche?
Yes.
Thank you. Still waiting for one more. All votes are in. With Councillor Oche's, motion passes. 9B, application for official plan amendment, OPA 59, and zoning bylaw amendment. Ridge Chatham Holdings LP and Ridge Chatham Holdings GP Inc., 20111 and 20262 Erio Road, Community of Harwich, South Kent. There has been no written submissions and the applicant is online.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson. Can I get put it on the floor?
So moved, Mayor Caniff. Happy to second it.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
Judy, mine is yes again.
Thank you. One more. All votes are in. Motion passes. 9C, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Mark Boersma, 21934 Victoria Road, Community of Howard, East Kent. There has been no written submissions and the applicant is not online.
Councillor Pincinel and Councillor Wright, can you put on the floor for us, please?
Happy to move it, Your Worship.
Councillor Wright, you second that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. And the final planning application, 9D, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Philip and Janet Richards, 702 Richmond Street, Community of Dresden, North Kent. There has been no written submissions and the applicant is not online.
Councillor Foss and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to put on the floor, please?
Also move.
And I'll second.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, please, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 10, deputations.
First
Thank you, Mayor
deputation.
Canna. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Judy.
Okay, we have 12 deputations this evening, Council. We will be alternating through the clerk's office and reading them for you. The first one we will start with Kathy Hoffman.
Thanks, Judy. This first deputation is by Mike Lowther. For several years, the municipality has had a committee that is responsible for reviewing requests for funding from nonprofit organizations. The funding is to help build a better community through projects and events that would otherwise not happen. Last year, Council decided to expand the Together CK Committee by adding citizen volunteers from throughout the municipality. Each year, the Council sets a budget for the committee, and it is the understanding of this committee that they are to review the community requests and make a recommendation on funding distribution to the Council for their approval. The review and recommendations are based on application policies and event review criteria. The application policies and the review criteria were approved by the executive management team and Council. In the 2 years that the citizen volunteers have been part of the committee, there have been occasions when the executive management team has made recommendations to Council on behalf of the committee or made and communicated changes in the application process to the general public. These events have all taken place without consultation with the committee. It was my understanding that this was a committee of Council and not a committee of the EMT. These actions have caused at least one of our citizen volunteers to resign from the committee. This brings me to our current situation. I fully understand that we are in very difficult and uncharted times, but Council and EMT needs to stay focused on the community as a whole, as opposed to focusing on individual sectors. These are the exact times that we need to follow procedures to ensure that everyone's concerns are heard. I realize that hard decisions need to be made, but we need informed decisions, not decisions based on a portion of the facts and ideas. On today's agenda, item 14C, Chatham-Kent Economic Task Force Recommendation number 6, is asking you to remove a large portion of the Together CK Committee's budget. I am not here to comment on if the municipality should help small businesses. Instead, I would like to inform you on the process the EMT used to make this recommendation. I would also like to talk about why the money should stay with the Together CK Committee. The entire process is summarized in the consultation section of the report. This section states that the co-chairs of the CK-ERTF, the General Manager of Community Development, the Director of Economic Development Services, the Director of Financial Services, and the Manager of Corporate Initiatives were consulted. However, the Together CK Committee members were notified. The optics of this indicate that the EMT is putting small business ahead of nonprofits. During these difficult times, the nonprofits and the underprivileged are affected just as hard as small businesses. The funds that are being discussed were allocated by Council for nonprofit activities within the Chatham-Kent community. I am well aware of the hardship that local businesses are experiencing due to COVID-19, but we also need to be aware of the good work that our nonprofits are doing in the community. The EMT needs to be concerned about what this money could be used for to improve the lives and mental health of those within our community. With the closing of the parks, summer activities, swimming pools, and various festivals and events, what will be happening in our communities this summer? I am very concerned about the underprivileged youth that rely on these activities. We need to get creative in terms of how this money can be used as it was intended for the betterment of our community. In these hard times, the EMT and Council need to ensure they are helping all areas of our municipality. We cannot focus solely on the business community at the expense of other citizen groups. This municipality only works if we all move forward together. I realize that you have a tough job ahead of you. There is no need to take on these challenges by yourself. Reach out to the community, as we have many talented people that can help with this process. Thank you for your time. Good luck. Mike Lowther.
The second deputation is from Marley Robinson, Morpeth. Mayor Caniff and Chatham-Kent councillors. Together CK, originally known as Community Partnership Fund, was established by Council in 2000 to give matching funds, grants to charities and nonprofit organizations to help them put on community projects and activities which would encourage widespread civic engagement and community improvement. The Grant Selection Committee originally consisted of selected staff members. 2 years ago, the committee was amended to include a number of involved citizens from across the municipality. Together, this committee evaluated applications for large and small activities to take place in almost every community in our municipality. Nowhere in the terms of reference for the Together CK is there an opportunity for funds to be used to support commercial businesses. In fact, all applications which were from for-profit businesses were rejected. It was therefore with the astonishment that I received notification that the Executive Management Committee had decided, without consultation with the Together CK Committee, to recommend that the 2020 funds should be reallocated to small businesses. While I have great sympathy for businesses with challenges brought upon them by COVID-19, I think it's inappropriate to consider allocating funds meant to support charities and nonprofits in the creating of events and festivals in the communities across Chatham-Kent. Nonprofits and charities not only help those most vulnerable in our community, but also contribute substantially to the quality of life of all of our residents through sports, culture, and faith-based organizations. The events, festivals, and celebrations which these groups organize raise funds to help others while contributing to a vibrant community we all appreciate. The events and festivals supported in part by Together CK rely on sponsorships from across our community. In the coming year, those sponsorships will be scarce as companies struggle to emerge from the COVID-19 lockdown. Surveys by various tourism organizations suggest that people will only gradually begin to attend events in 2021, so income from gate receipts will also likely be reduced next year. And yet the hard-hit tourism industry needs events and festivals to draw visitors to our community. Instead of further strangling our tourism, culture, and sporting organizations by removing the comparatively small funds offered through Together CK, I would like to suggest that we take our lead from the Canada Council for the Arts. Their CEO, Simon Brault, has announced the grants allocation for the 2020 be paid in full, even when events and festivals have been canceled. Their reasoning is that funds will keep community groups, many run by volunteers or minimal staff, will use the funds to keep alive and to plan ongoing community development and celebrations. Mr. Brault further explains that Canada Council grants would be given without restrictions, so could be used for rent, staffing, seed money, or whatever now and for the 2021 events. This insightful decision could be copied by Chatham-Kent with all grants approved in early 2020 by their Together CK committee, paid in full to the groups for which they are intended, without the restriction of finding matching funds. The likelihood is that these grants could save some festivals and events from vanishing forever. I suggest that by supporting charities and nonprofits through Together CK grants, you will also be supporting small businesses across our community as those funds are spent in a wide range of local companies across our whole municipality. Sincerely, Marley Robinson, Morpeth, Together CK Committee.
The next deputation is from Mike Grail. Good evening. While we are grateful for the proposed grant of $250,000, we are disappointed in the amount recommended. Businesses are under tremendous pressure. Several have closed and others are at risk. Our unemployment numbers are rising and many are desperate to hire back their employees. We do not speak tonight of our own business interests, but for those that this grant will make the difference between closing or surviving. This crisis has affected everyone, not just business owners. But as places close, we lose tax assessment that supports the several services we depend on. Respectfully, we ask Council to amend 3 items in the report. First, on May 25th, Council approved that staff report back to them with recommendations and options for program criteria and funding sources that included the wording of options for potential 2020 service reductions to support up to $2 million in immediate relief strategies. We are disappointed to see that the proposed grant is only $250,000, significantly lower than the $2 million requests submitted and suggested by the task force and Council. Your own recommendation was to look for potential 2020 service reductions to fund immediate economic recovery. While this technically aligns, our hope had been that administration would fund reductions that would bring long-lasting solutions to positively affect the budget for years to come. Additionally, the criteria established has businesses receiving a maximum of $1,000. Costs related to retrofitting and creating safe spaces for employees and the public can cost anywhere from $3,000 to $12,000. We ask the per business amount of the grant be raised to $5,000 to ensure funds are substantial enough for each qualifying business. Lastly, our last request builds on the task force report that challenged Council and administration to think differently in its response to recommendation number 3 that states, Council direct administration on service level reductions for consideration during the 2021 business process to achieve up to $2 million in savings from base budget. For council to find a balance between keeping taxes low, but also prioritizing growth so we can be sustainable as a community is essential. We have heard from people outside the business community that we only care about profit or business. This is absolutely not true. We care about people and the growth of Chatham-Kent. This is why we challenge council and administration to make strategic decisions that include investing in people and infrastructure by reducing costs and divesting unnecessary infrastructure. Chatham-Kent was born in 1998. While we are an innovative community, our infrastructure has not changed. We have seen during COVID-19 that there can be a new way of doing business that requires less infrastructure. Allow this crisis to be the catalyst for change. We also know that companies have wanted to move to Chatham-Kent but have not been able to because we do not have land that is serviced for them. Council has the opportunity to keep Chatham-Kent's taxes low in order to be a competitive community. We strongly ask council to not only direct administration to prepare the 2021 budget to realign resources so that investment and growth can happen through divestment of underutilized infrastructure, but also balance the human health and social infrastructure needs. Thank you, council and administration, for listening. In conclusion, we ask you to increase the grant funding of $250,000 to support livelihoods, increase the maximum grant to $5,000 per business, and to not only direct administration to find $2 million in reductions to keep taxes low, but to commit to saying yes when they bring the recommendations back. Together we are CK. Mike Grail.
The next deputation is by Rocky Goodrow. Dear Council, my name is Rocky Goodrow. I am the CEO and partner with Junctura Construction, MHA Appraisals, and Remax Chatham-Kent. I currently employ 49 full-time staff. In January 1998, I co-founded what was then a very small and unknown 3-person company called Tech Savvy Solutions. It has since grown significantly and contributed in a very large way to much of the social and non-profit events we currently know and enjoy, all things that would not have been achievable without both my participation in various events and, even more importantly, in the community investing its important dollars into me. I have since invested in 18 companies, to which those companies currently employ just under 900 staff and have directly and corporately donated hundreds of thousands to a little over 30 nonprofit organizations, to which I have sat on 5 of its boards, all of which would not have been possible without CK buying, investing, or believing in my entrepreneurial spirit back in 1998. I am one of the co-chairs for the Economic Recovery Task Force and believe a healthy, thriving community requires a symbiotic relationship between business and social services. Too much of either creates an imbalance, but make no mistake about it, without a thriving business sector, no social services can exist in a meaningful way. Keeping costs controlled is very important and becomes a differentiator for outside businesses choosing to invest in CK. It also makes it an attractive place to buy a house and live. COVID has been a catalyst for thinking differently in my businesses. We've had to adapt and pivot to be more efficient, in part to survive, but ultimately to prepare and be as ready, responsive should another world event occur. I believe all sectors need to do the same, from for-profit to our CK municipality. To be reactive is simply not a responsible strategy. So, should there be annual savings from adapting, funds can be used to invest in infrastructural social growth to help shelter the community from future adverse events, all the while creating a more robust social structure we can all enjoy. The current recommendation from administration is for an amount of $1,000 per qualifying grant recipient. I believe $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to alter their business to be COVID ready and safe for workers and guests. I thank you for your continued support and ask that you approve the grant request amendment in addition to considering and approving cost savings recommended by administration. Thank you, Rocky Goodrow.
The next deputation is from Tracy Walker. Dear Council, Tracy Walker, CIBC Relationship Manager, Commercial Banking. I provide business advice to select groups of business clients. I also sit on the executive board of the Chamber of Commerce and the Chatham-Kent Rotary. I moved to this community from a larger market almost 20 years ago and felt welcomed and involved from day one. Our community is warm and friendly. I have participated in event after event, all for the benefit of others in our community and others in need. CK always exceeds expectation. Our recent Miracle 16 for one has triggered a movement as other communities are following CK's example. CK has the strength to move forward. We just need to ensure we are all pulling together to make it happen. As a co-chair of the professional sector, it was clear that there is a need to bring more professionals to our community. CK has so much to offer, but the message is fragmented. Highlighting our community for the opportunities it can provide to allow a professional to succeed is only part of the equation. We need to highlight what we can provide to the professionals' families, a community you want to bring your family to. If you have roadblocks with red tape, we need to clear the way to make it easier for any business to join our community. 0% tax increase, keeping costs controlled is very important and becomes a differentiator for outside businesses choosing to invest in Chatham-Kent. Also makes it an attractive place to buy a house and live. COVID is a catalyst for thinking differently. Service models can change. Annual savings on budget for disposal of least used assets and better management of service models to be more efficient and relevant. Annual savings can be used towards investing in strategic growth and infrastructure and social infrastructure that will make CK a place that employers and families will choose to live. There are business owners in CK who need financial assistance. This may make the difference between them giving up or deciding to reopen and fight for survival. The recommendation from administration was for the amount of $1,000 per qualifying recipient. We believe that $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to prepare businesses that is COVID ready and safe for our workers and guests. We thank you for your continued support and ask that you approve the grant request in addition to considering and approving cost savings recommended by administration. Thank you, Tracy Walker, CIBC Relationship Manager, Commercial Banking, Chatham-Kent.
The next deputation is from Mike Genge. My name is Mike Genge. I'm the president of the Children's Treatment Foundation. I have been involved in the nonprofit, charity, and social services sector for 25 years through the Public General Hospital Foundation, Chatham-Kent Health Alliance Foundation, Women's Shelter, Chatham-Kent Hospice Foundation, nursery schools, minor sports, and Children's Treatment Center Foundation. The nonprofit, charity, and social services is the backup plan for society. Without our sector, people fall through the cracks. It is important not just to band-aid society, but to support long-term sustainability. If we have a strong business base, then we as fundraisers can go out and get the long-term support that we need in order to increase the services that we do for our community. Business drives growth, and strong business base supports philanthropy. As vice chair of the nonprofit sector, we are working on sustainability. So we are helping each other as businesses to stay open and look after our own mandate. Once again, if we have a strong business sector, they can help us sustain our nonprofit, charity, and social services sector. Keeping the tax base at low and supporting initiatives with businesses that can help grow our tax base. By increasing taxes, we are just doing an easy fix that gets shouldered on everyone. It doesn't help society. Cuts need to be implemented to support helping our community. This pandemic has taught us some great ways to look at life, work, and community. We need to change our thinking and do it quickly. Doing the same thing and expecting different results is just poor management. By creating an environment that makes us financially leaner, we lend more money and more growth. Our community needs action and to show the rest of Ontario that we are an incredible place to live. Small business fuels economy. If we don't support those businesses, then our downtown will become ghost towns. So helping a business that has 5 employees to keep going is just as important to the social services we provide to 5 family members. If people can't work, there is no future. The recommendations from administration was for an amount of $1,000 per qualifying recipient. We believe that $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to prepare businesses that is COVID-19 ready and safe for workers and guests. We thank you for your continued support and ask that you approve the grant request in addition to considering and approving cost-saving recommendations by administration. Thank you, Mike Genge, President, Children's Treatment Center Foundation.
The next deputation is by Rob Nelson. Dear Council, Rob Nelson, CEO, President of FamilyLending.ca, AgriRoots Capital Management, Maple City Homes, and shareholder in multiple enterprises through Chatham-Kent, which represent over 240 direct employees and trades in the area. I am one of the driving forces behind Connecting to CK, a not-for-profit organization that is linking the private and nonprofit sectors together. I also sit on the roundtable for the United Way to assist us all through the COVID crisis. Our companies have led or provided through multiple channels approximately $200,000 a year in donations to our great community, to all social and economic programs we can be involved in. Our major contributions lie with the Hospital Foundation, Animal Shelter, and Feeding Our Homeless. We are small businesses that give back to CK. My role of the CK Task Force is co-chair of the Real Estate, Property, and Construction. 0% tax increase. Keeping costs controlled is very important and becomes a differentiator for outside businesses choosing to invest in CK. Also, makes it an attractive place to buy a house and live. We have led the housing building growth through Maple City Homes because we took the risk. We have been asking CK to invest in infrastructure and invest in the amazing growth of CK. We have proven people want to relocate here due to many reasons, but led by affordable housing and quality of life. Now, approximately 90% of our buyers are from outside CK wanting to relocate here. The opportunity is now, as over 200,000 people are now being repositioned to work from home in Ontario. We should be part of the movement. This is the catalyst for thinking differently. Service models can change, annual savings on budget for disposal of leased used assets, and better management of service models to be more efficient and relevant. Annual savings can be used towards investing in strategic growth infrastructure and social infrastructure that will make CK a place that employers and families will choose to live. There are business owners in CK who need financial assistance. This may make the difference between them giving up or deciding to reopen and fight for survival. The recommendation from administration was for an amount of $1,000 per qualifying recipients. We believe that $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to prepare businesses that is COVID ready and safe for workers and guests. We thank you for your continued support and ask that you approve the grant request in addition to considering and approving cost savings recommended by administration. Many thanks for your time and consideration. Rob Nelson.
The eighth deputation is from Mike Kilby, Dashcore Aluminum Limited. Dear Council, my name is Mike Kilby, President and CEO of Dashcore Aluminum Limited. Dashcore employs 240 full-time people, and its plant is at 155 Irwin Street in Chatham. Dashcore Aluminum represents a $13 million payroll and sponsors supports many organizations in the community, such as United Way, CKHA, Optimist Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, CK Special Olympics, CK Junior Achievement, to name a few. Organizations rely on support from business to implement their programs, and Dashcore Aluminum realizes the need and good that these groups provide to the community of Chatham-Kent. I recently co-chaired a subcommittee for the COVID Economic Recovery Task Force. This committee spent many hours soliciting feedback from manufacturing businesses, large and small, across our municipality. The resounding conclusion was that business needs help. Many larger businesses were able to take advantage of federal government programs depending on the industry they serve. Most small businesses were left with little choice other than to close their doors and wait it out. These businesses need dire assistance now. I realize that there are competing priorities for municipal funds, but it is imperative that meaningful assistance be made available for these small businesses right away. Business is the generator of all of the funds that are paid in taxes. Take a minute to think about that. Every dollar generated in our community ultimately comes from businesses. Without our businesses, we do not have any base income to support social programs, infrastructure, schools, hospitals, or our residents. I respectfully ask that Council consider this when making allocations decisions at tonight's and future Council meetings. Thank you, Mike Kilby, President and CEO, Dashcore Aluminum Limited.
The next deputation is from Kelly Gotchling. For several years, the municipality has set funds aside for the betterment of our community. As you know, these monies were allocated into 2 grant streams, the first of which was the events application, the second, the community projects. Recently, the name of the project was changed from Community Partnership Fund to Together CK. Last year, after several requests to do so, community members who are not municipal employees were invited to sit on the committee. Our role was to evaluate and recommend not-for-profit special events and much-needed community projects. We did so last year with strong recommendations that were approved by council. This year, we only had the opportunity to meet to discuss the special events portion. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, most events have been or are expected to be canceled. Not-for-profits continue to wait for the community project stream to be opened this year. As some of you know, these funds support many necessary ventures across the entire municipality. These monies allow small not-for-profits to apply for grants to increase the accessibility, such as wheelchair ramps to be built at youth-related buildings, so all youth and their families can enter the buildings. Accessibility funding has also assisted seniors at local legions, built gardens in small communities, provided mental health support, supported local Indigenous communities, allowed for small renovations on older buildings, offered park upgrades, art projects, and so much more. Without community partnership funds, none of the projects could have been completed. This work has been done without the support of volunteers who believe in these projects. What would better signify the value of Together CK than a group of caring individuals in rural settings building something that is needed in their community? We choose to live here because this is a caring and giving community. I respect the request that the voices of Together CK committee be heard. We represent the entire municipality. I believe that the $250,000 plus in funding should be allocated to the mainstream community projects that desperately need to be completed. As you know, not-for-profits have lost a great deal of revenue and volunteers due to COVID-19. They have not been able to fundraise, host bingos, or write grants. Please consider allowing mainstream grants to be opened and allow not-for-profits to apply for this much-needed funding to ensure that vulnerable citizens can access what they need, especially this year. Now more than ever, our community needs municipal support. Kelly Gotchling, Executive Director, Mental Health Network of Chatham-Kent.
The next deputation is by Emily Robert, Executive Director for Blenheim Youth Centre. My name is Emily Robert. I am the Executive Director of the Blenheim Youth Centre. Our organization employs full and part-time staff, annual contract summer positions, employment service positions, and student placement opportunities. We also provide opportunity for volunteers. Over 13 years, the BYC has successfully provided services and programming for the youth of Blenheim and surrounding areas to develop social and learning skills through organized activity designed to foster a healthy spirit of community and self. Our programming keeps youth off the streets, prevents vandalism and violence, and allows them to develop and build acceptable social, personal, and professional relationships. As part of the nonprofit sector on the steering committee, we have focused on sustainability. We are helping each other as business to stay open and work towards our prospective mandates. Our organization relies heavily on fundraising initiatives to carry forward our mission. The majority of our dollars come directly from the local business community. Having a strong business base, we as fundraisers can go out and get the support that we need in order to increase the services that we do for our community. Business drives growth, and a strong business base supports philanthropy. We need to do better to support our local small businesses. These businesses fuel our economy, provide employment for youth, and dedicate time to our sector. Keeping the tax base at low and supporting initiatives with business can help grow our tax base. Increasing taxes is not a solution. It doesn't help society. Cuts need to be implemented to support helping our community. COVID has taught us that we can adapt and change and create new partnerships, but we need to work and think differently. The recommendation from administration was for an amount of $1,000 per qualifying recipient. We believe that $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to prepare business that is COVID ready and safe for workers and guests. We thank you for your continued support and ask that you approve the grant request in addition to considering and approving cost savings recommended by administration. Thank you, Emily Robert.
The next deputation is from Eric Goodrow. Dear Council, I, Eric Goodrow, CEO and Principal Broker of JMHI Insurance Group, Inc., led a company with 3 offices, Chatham, Dresden, and St. Thomas, with 13 employees. Collectively, we support our communities via multiple charities, volunteering, coaching, etc. Our business is an essential part of our community on multiple fronts. During COVID, JMHI called over 2,000 people to get an understanding of our clients' situations, hardship, and to help where possible. As such, we managed to help them gain access to nearly $80,000 in premium rebates and clearly hear and understand their concerns and needs for the future. Due to the above, I am volunteered to help on the CK Recovery Committee under the Professional Services team. CK small, medium-sized businesses are the underbelly of a healthy community and often are exposed to things many never see. COVID-19, as brutal as it has been in providing all an opportunity to pause, listen, and have a meaningful conversation. I ask that all listen, not to answer a question, but rather to learn and understand. I thank you for your continued support, and I ask that you approve the grant request in addition to considering approving cost savings recommended by administration. Regards, Eric Goodrow, President Principal Broker, JMHI Insurance Group, Inc.
And our final deputation is from Allison Story. Thank you for the opportunity to share my feedback about the task force recommendations. I have been part of the nonprofit and volunteer sector throughout my life in Chatham-Kent, both as a student growing up in CK and since my return to the community 12 years ago. This involvement includes President of the Rotary Club of Chatham, Canadian Cancer Society, Outreach for Hunger, CK Women's Centre, Theatre Kent, and more. It has been made even more clear during this pandemic that the role of the not-for-profit sector is absolutely critical to the survival of our society, not just logically, but globally. During this devastating situation, it has been the non-profit sector that has tried to pick up the pieces and keep people fed, clothed, housed, healthy, and in some most fundamental situations, alive. As a member of the nonprofit sector task force related to this pandemic, I have worked together with compassionate and knowledgeable volunteers and employees from across Chatham-Kent, many of whose own organizations are facing dire financial hardship and uncertainty about the future. Sharing our stories about the people we serve has opened my eyes to the critical situation amongst every single nonprofit in Chatham-Kent. When the local not-for-profit is facing funding shortages or potential closure, there are countless more people who need services who will suffer. Once that not-for-profit closes, we need to know who has to pick up the slack, the municipality. But if I have learned anything from this life-changing experience, is that we have the opportunity to do things differently. We have the opportunity to use COVID-19 as a catalyst to come up with solutions that may have seemed impossible 4 months ago. But we are also facing a situation that seemed impossible 4 months ago. We cannot afford to waste this opportunity to address issues facing the not-for-profit sector. That status quo is not the answer, because we no longer live in a status quo world. As part of the not-for-profit task force, I would like to express my support for increasing the recommendation from administration of $1,000 per qualifying recipients to $5,000. We believe that $5,000 will be more impactful and allow owners to prepare all organizations, not-for-profit and small businesses, for example, to be COVID-19 ready and safe for everyone, both within the organization and those who use their services. Thank you for your continued support and dedication to our community during this unprecedented times. Best regards, Allison Story.
Okay, we will move to the consent agenda. We put up the motion for items that have not been asked to be pulled out. Okay, so the following items will be approving. These are the items that have no one has asked to be pulled out, which are 11A, 11B, 12A, 12B, 12C, 12D, 12F, 13A, 13B, 13C, 14B, 15B, 15C, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E. Councillor Crew, can I get a motion and followed by Councillor Thompson?
So moved.
So seconded.
Any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. Couple more, please. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, the first item that has been pulled is item 12E, notification of planning and development matters. Councillor Latimer, you put it on the floor, and Councillor Thompson, you second that?
Sure. So moved.
So seconded.
Okay, to you, Councillor Latimer.
Okay, I just lost that. Mayor Canada, can you repeat what you would like me to do?
Sorry, did you have any questions for this?
With regard to what item?
Notification of planning and development matters, 12E.
I was under, thank you, I apologize, I just lost all the meeting. I had talked with John Norton and Thomas, and I am prepared to send this report back, and I thought we were going to pull it actually for tonight. Isn't that correct, Mr. Norton?
Okay, Councillor Thompson, do you have any questions?
No, it was my understanding that Councillor Latimer was going to move this to go back. So that's whatever she's happy with, I'm happy with.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, this is John Norton here. I'm happy to confirm that we will take the report back. We did speak with Councillor Latimer today and understand we have some additional work to do, so we're happy to take it back.
Do we need a motion for that, Mayor Cannon?
Yes, so we'll require a motion. The clerk's office wasn't aware of that, sorry. So it'll just take us a minute to prepare a motion to refer that back to administration. 1 second, please.
so are you, Councillor Latimer, are you considering this a friendly amendment to your original one?
Well, it's actually what I asked for.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
I
so
am. I'm asking for the report to be returned back to administration and back to
okay,
council.
and Councillor Thompson, you're good with that as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll just wait till it gets on the screen. Okay, any questions? Okay, with seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. One more. All votes are in. Motion passes. Okay, we'll move on to 13D. Request for Proposal Award RFP R20-2006 Consulting Engineer Services for the rehabilitation of the 3rd Street Bridge over Thames River, Community of Chatham.
Councillor Latimer, you put this on the floor.
Yes, I'd be pleased to move the recommendations. I have a question about timelines.
Okay, and then Councillor B. McGregor, are you good with second that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, can you give us your question?
Yeah, I was wondering what the timelines were with regard to the work on this bridge.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Chris Teber here, Director of Engineering Transportation. So the anticipated timelines are to proceed with the detailed design for the remainder of this year and into the beginning of next year, with the anticipated construction during the 2021 construction season. The anticipated completion date we're targeting is by November 2021.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in, motion carries. 14A, Erie Shore Drive Phase 1 expenses.
Councillor Sakachi, can I get to put on the floor and followed by Councillor Thompson?
Yes, Mayor Caniff, I'll be happy to put that on the floor.
And I'd be happy to second it.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, you have questions?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Through your worship, this question is directed to Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, I just had a couple quick questions. So in the original onslaught of the $450,000 that was projected, was that including the $250,000 in cost savings from the we saved on the clay that we obtained from our corporate citizen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The amount of 250,000, I'm not sure where that figure came from. My estimate was quite a bit less, probably closer to 100,000. But when I spoke and estimated 450,000, it would have included the material, equipment, labor, and a portion of the consulting and some of the contracted services. So it did not include essentially the 4 line items below. So actually from my original estimate, from an engineering perspective, construction perspective, we were actually quite a bit less thanks to the reduction in some of the material costs based on the support from Waste Connections.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So my apologies for that figure then, if that's not correct. So my next question then is that it was stated that we would be able to see a cost savings if we kept this in-house, because initially it was supposed to be outsourced. I do really respect how fast you guys got this done. I greatly respect the work that you did and the completion from a time mechanism standpoint, but it is over, and I know it's just just a little bit over, but I just wanted to ask, how wasn't there supposed to be a little bit more cost savings keeping that done internally?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There absolutely was, for sure. We had some equipment rental, which you see in there is 63,000. The material that you see is primarily the concrete blocks. The labor is the internal labor, and if that were external labor, we would have seen a much higher number there. But again, my original estimate, I was only talking about construction, and it did not include the social services and housing, any of the security, the communications or miscellaneous. And if you add those up, that's in excess of $70,000. So that's, I think our estimate still, we came in under budget per the original construction estimate, and we did save a lot by moving this internally and utilizing existing labor and equipment, by the way.
Thank you for that. And the last quick question, you just touched on it briefly. I did have a couple questions from the community regarding the communication item, the fund of that, sorry, the amount there, the $5,600. And I also had a couple questions about the miscellaneous. Can you just, is it possible to go over what those expenses were for the public? To see what they were for, sorry, what the miscellaneous would include and what the communications would include?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to turn to my colleague Gord Quinton to answer that question.
Matt Torrance, Director of Financial Services. Perhaps I can comment on this. I was more involved than Gord was. I believe the communications would involve expenses such as advertising, radio advertisements, any media, social media advertising costs. I believe the fire department was involved in some manner. I wasn't out there, but I believe they had some expenses related to knocking on doors and communicating to the residents of Erie Shore Drive. And then miscellaneous would be things like meeting expenses and that type of thing.
That's all the questions I have, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, can we get Councillor Finn, then Councillor Latimer?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Mine was just a little more clarification with regards to the social services and the housing and the support part of security.
Mr. Mayor, it's Thomas Kelly, General Manager of IES. I'm going to turn to Matt Torrance, my Associate Director of Financial Services, to answer that question.
In terms of the social services and housing, my understanding is that the employment services and our housing services were involved in providing social supports for some of the residents of Erie Shore Drive. In terms of security, there were some external security costs as well as internal municipal staff who were reassigned from other departments that were where the services weren't operating as a result of the COVID emergency. So they were reallocated to provide security and support services. I believe there was a information desk set up at the fire hall. So those would be the costs that make up that component.
Your Worship, it's Don Shropshire speaking. The other additional cost is we also had sandbagging services, and we had rental containers for people that needed a place to store their homes. So those are in addition to the construction costs. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's April, General Manager, Community Human Services. Can I chime in as well?
Yes, please do.
So part of our mandate within Community Human Services with respect to Erie Shore Drive was to ensure that residents were evacuated safely, that their belongings, should they choose to move them, were taken care of and safely moved. We did that for a number of residents, including obtaining the storage containers, getting them there. There were a number of volunteers who assisted in terms of helping people pack, and then getting those storage containers taken away and stored. We also put a number of individuals up in hotel rooms for varying lengths of time to assist them in those early days of being evacuated. Dawn has already alluded to sandbags. We also had expenses with respect to finding boxes and wrapping paper and bubble wrap and a number of other things that the Community Human Services team did to assist with helping individuals evacuate and move.
Is Councillor Finn, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. most of my questions have been answered by Mr. Torrance and Dr. Redek, but I'd like to, I think, just for clarification, those 4 last columns, social services, security support, communication, miscellaneous, those would be areas and monies that would be spent by the municipality with regard to if there was an emergency anywhere in this municipality. And so I think that's important for people to recognize that, because I'm hearing from Mr. Thomas that in his original estimates to us, those 4 areas were not particularly part of the estimates. So I think it's important that we all realize that, and the members of the public realize that. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much, everyone, for this report.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. And I have to apologize. This is a question that I don't imagine could be answered tonight, but I would look for someone to follow up with me, but I'll ask now. And again, I apologize. I should have sent it in earlier, but it just occurred to me. This was for phase 1 expenses, the 462, which is fine. But I'm wondering if I could get a rolling tally of all the costs incurred in regards to Erie Shore Drive repairs over the last 3 or 4 years, because I know we've spent hundreds of thousands in the past. I think when we originally put the blocks there as well, and even going back as far as 2016, 2017. So I'll leave that with staff because I don't imagine they could come up with that number on the spot. And I apologize. I should have put that out ahead of time. Thank you.
Mr. Quinton, you will follow up with that?
Yes, yes, we can. I just also would like to point out these are the direct costs. So of course the costs is much greater if you talk about all the directors, managers, general managers, time that's put in. These are basically the time carded employees and the extra out-of-pocket costs that we incurred in the 462,000. So that we could look back on the last few years of I guess direct costs, but the indirect costs are becoming substantial as well.
If I may, yes, I appreciate that. And I'm not asking for like all the staff time, and I don't really need to know how many. Well, I'd like to know, but I understand it's hard to quantify all that. I'm more relating to the direct costs. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. Waiting for 2 more. All votes are in. Motion passes. 14C, Chatham-Kent Economic Task Force recommendation number 6.
Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you to put it on the floor? And Councillor Hall, can I get you to second it?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll put it on the floor, and then I have a modification for recommendation number 3.
Okay, Councillor Hall.
Yeah, happy to second.
Okay, so I can.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, you wanted to talk about your amendment?
Yeah, the amended version of number 3, and I've sent this in advance, reads that council direct administration to prepare the 2021 draft budget with a target increase of CPI, as well as the additional annual asset management plan increase, and that consistent with the adoption of the CK Recovery Task Force recommendations by council, administration provide further options to reduce the 2021 budget impact to 0%. Options for 0% requiring significant changes to infrastructure, facilities, or services require administration to provide an interim report by October 19th, 2020.
Councillor Hall, you okay with that modification?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor B. McGregor.
Yeah, so just to start the conversation, I modified number 3 with an amendment. Typically, early in the year, we direct administration with some budget targets, and obviously with the COVID-19 issue, that's not something that maybe was prudent to do at the time. And I think this offers us an opportunity to provide that direction. It also offers us an opportunity to look at options consistent with what we've adopted through the CK Recovery Task Force recommendations. So there was an ask to look for longer term savings, and I think it's prudent to understand what those options are, what they look like in the community, and to have that information well before we do our budget deliberations. So the idea is to understand what those budget impacts would be in October, be able to discuss them and have a thorough understanding before we get to the budget process. So that is the reasoning to modify number 3. I know there'll be significant discussion. Certainly, we've heard the deputations around some of the earlier points, and I won't get into that too deeply right now. And I just would like to point out that on a few of those, the CK Recovery Task Force, when they tasked us or challenged us to fund this business relief program, they didn't direct where that funding came from. And I really hope that as we go through this discussion, we can make sure that we're not pitting any sectors against each other, and really understanding that what our goal is to try and support everyone in the community, and that has been the goal of the Economic Recovery Task Force, I think, as well. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. I actually have a question and then a couple of comments. My question is to Ms. Wilcox, Amy Wilcox. I know, Amy, you sent an email to all of council with some feedback a few weeks ago, talking about the grants recommendations and the Together CK information. But just asking you, Amy, what specifically, maybe talk a little bit more about what feedback you received from the Together CK Grant Committee. I know we had talked about that a couple of months ago. We sent it back and requesting to have more consultation with the committee. I know I was hoping to find out what some of the financial impacts for some of the volunteer groups and festivals we're facing. So, Amy, can you kind of comment on that a bit, please?
Definitely, Councillor. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some clarifications. If I could direct Council to my email from May 22nd. This was information I provided.
Sorry, can you identify yourself for the people that don't know your voice?
Sorry, it's Amy Wilcox, Manager, Corporate Initiatives. Councillor Hall, you had asked me to go back to the Together CK Review Committee to find out if there was anything additional we might be able to help the organizations who are planning community events. I submitted an email to council asking for them to please review the recommendations. What the review committee had hoped was to provide funding to the events that had not yet been canceled. In that email, it provided some revised recommendations. Since then, there's been some additional events that have been canceled. You had also asked if we were able to find out if there had been any significant outlay of cost for groups that have had to cancel the events. In speaking with those groups, there was just one committee that had spent a bit of funds. It wasn't a significant amount. It was around $125. The rest had not yet submitted any or entered into any expenses or contracts at that time.
Excellent. Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please proceed.
No, carry on. Yeah, I thought you were done, Amy. Go ahead. Thank you.
So the proposed recommendations was that the 2 applications that were under the significant events, for them to continue to be funded. The unused portion of significant events, that they would help fund some of the community events. The ones that were canceled were Festival of Nations as well as Retrofest. I think council is familiar with that information. And then the third was to fund 24 applications as endorsed by the Together CK Review Committee. And the fourth was the balance of CK events was to be rolled over to the Together CK Reserve. And that they had also hoped that to continue to provide funding to any event that had yet not been canceled. The majority of those were for the fall and winter events.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much, Amy, for that information. And just a couple comments as well. I think these recommendations, it's the responsible way forward considering the situation. So I'm supportive of the recommendations and of Councillor Brock McGregor's amendment as well. You know, looking at this, is this everything that the Economic Recovery Task Force was asking for? No. Is this everything that the Together CK Grant Committee and our volunteer groups were hoping for? No. But in reality, the entire COVID situation is not anything any of us really want to be dealing with right now, but it's a reality. In the context of council supporting community groups and our annual events and festivals, I believe this is a way for council to support the small local businesses who financially contribute year after year to these same festivals and events by way of sponsorship and in-kind donations year after year. And this year, you know, in all of our communities, a lot of these events that, you know, they're not going to see, and these businesses, they're not going to get this influx of visitors and this economic injection that these amazing events bring to our economy. So let's do what we can do here, shift over a portion of these already budgeted funds and support our local businesses for this year. Thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. Those are all my comments.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Crew.
Make sure that I'm unmuted here for the second. Thank you, Your Worship. I don't mind telling you that I've really struggled with this one, as I was the one who proposed the motion to add the citizen members to the committee. As a former small business owner, I completely understand the challenges facing this sector of the community, and I applaud the work being done by the community volunteers who have come together as representatives of the business sector to develop recommendations as part of the Economic Recovery Task Force. But I cannot support the recommendations in this report to council to transfer funds earmarked for the nonprofit sector to the business sector, unless these funds could be distributed directly to nonprofit businesses whose interests were represented on the Mayor's Recovery Task Force by those in the nonprofit sector. I really do not expect the majority of individuals to understand the challenges of running a local nonprofit or charity, fighting for every dollar and relying on the generosity of donors and on grants. These challenges are significant, and especially so in this current pandemic, as nonprofits have had to close programs that serve some of our society's most vulnerable citizens, and many have had to reduce staff and volunteer complements. When the time comes to reopen, additional financial support will be needed to reestablish themselves. And if we've learned anything from the numerous nonprofit visits that several council members made with our mayor last year, we learned of the unique challenges facing local nonprofits. Many were looking for more support from our municipality, not less. So I'm wondering about two things here. I wonder if we could split the vote on 1 and 2 together, and vote on number 3 separately. And then if that were to pass, that the call for proposals to spend the $250,000, assume it passed, could be distributed by the Together CK Committee to nonprofit social benefit businesses and organizations whose interests are being represented on the Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force.
Sorry, just to clarify what you're looking for, we can separate 1 and 2 from 3.
Yeah,
but if you're saying that if
put 1 and 2 together, separate it from 3, vote on it separately first.
Mm-hmm.
And then
you're saying,
and then assuming that 1 and 2 are approved, put an amendment to that that says that a call for proposals be issued by the Together CK Committee to nonprofit social benefit businesses and organizations whose interests are being currently represented on the Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force. So it answers both questions. It still provides funding to support local, but it's being done by the people who were recruited to do this work.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, we will, if it does pass, you can come and you can put that motion forward.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is for administration. Why was the $50,000 recommended to come from the Together CK events budget? I don't know which staff that would be. Maybe Gord?
Hi, it's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. So thank you through the mayor here. So why that was selected as a potential source of funds was because of the COVID-19 cancellations of events through most of the spring and summer seasons. That in the email that Amy had sent out to councilors with the details, there was about a $50,000 surplus in the events area if those events were not going to happen in 2020. Now, I recognize the committee is saying that they would like those funds to stay in reserve for a future rollout to other future events.
Thank you, Gord. Also, I spoke to you briefly by email about if we wanted to take this 50,000 from another stream or a reserve, could we do that?
Thank you. So the motion from council on May 25th was to find this money in 2020 service level adjustments. So if there's another service that we provide that we'd like to reduce and find 250,000 or whatever figure council would like, that could be done. So if there's something else that you're suggesting that we stop doing, we could redirect the funds to this program instead of the Together CK funds, or in addition to the Together CK funds, whichever council wished. But I think you mentioned from reserves. Reserves are already earmarked for their projects. That's not what 2020 service level adjustments mean. So it would be my opinion that would require a 2/3 vote for a different direction. We were directed to come back with you with 2020 service level adjustments.
Okay, thanks, Gord. Yeah, and I get it. I know that we'll probably have a surplus and this was a logical place to take it. But one of the problems that we have is when we have committees of council and citizens are helping us do our work, we have to be very careful and mindful that they are respected and listened to. And I think that a lot of people on the Together CK, the citizens on there, some have voiced their opinions to me very loudly, how they feel that they're not heard and that they aren't valued. So we just need to be very mindful of that. And, communication is very important. I will support it, but I don't know that I would do this again, but it seems to be the logical place because these events have already not happened and that would be the surplus in that event. Gord, could you just tell me how much is in the Together CK balance line right now, budget line?
So if, back to the first year of this council, in the 2019 budget, there was approximately $500,000 in all the partnership fund area at that time. It's been renamed to Together CK now. And council in 2019 added another 337,000 to that. The part in recommendation that the 200,000 from the CK Plan 2035 community projects budget, that is a program that Amy and the Together CK group have been hard at work developing the program, but it has not come back to council yet with an approved program to be delivered yet. So while this does mean a $200,000 will not be available for them to give out, it is still in the base budget for future years programs. It just means that it's basically being one year delayed in being rolled out. So that's the reason why these two numbers were suggested, was that it's not stopping an existing program, it's stopping what was coming instead.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Gord.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Amy. Amy, could you let me know if any of the events that were supposed to get money this year but are canceled or were canceled, are they going to be able to come back next year? Because they're not going to be guaranteed any particular money. Do you know if all these events will be able to run without getting any of this money?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Amy Wilcox, Commissioner of Community Initiatives. Councillor Ortier, let me see if I understand you correctly. You're asking for those who applied and were recommended for their event funding for 2020, would they be able to apply for funding in 2021? Or are you asking, would they sort of be already grandfathered to receive funding for 2021?
No, actually, what I'm thinking is next year there could be, I don't know, another 50 people apply besides everybody that applied this year. So some of these people that were supposed to get money this year may not get money next year. So they could afford it this year because they were getting that grant. Next year, if they don't get the grant, do you know if these events will be able to afford to go on without a grant next year if they do not receive one?
That I wouldn't be able to tell you, but for those, you are correct. For those that were recommended this year does not necessarily mean that they would be successfully recommended next year based on the amount of funds that are available. And if there was a increase in the number of applications, there could be a group this year recommended that would not necessarily be recommended once the review committee went through all of the criteria. Therefore, if they didn't receive municipal funding, I would say there could be some events that would not necessarily be able to proceed, as many are receiving 50% municipal funding in order to be able to carry out that event.
Right, because I know some of the things that we have, we can only have it again the next year with the profits we made from this year. And if it was a first time or even second time, sometimes you need that extra money from this budget to be able to have your event again the next year, or first time or second time. So, all right, thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just a couple of comments and then some questions through you to our CFO, Gord Quinton. I want to say that I very much struggled with looking at where these funds are coming from and where they are going, and also balancing that upon the need to support our small businesses, and hearing from small businesses how many of them are at risk to never open back up their business or provide their services to our communities again, especially some of those niche businesses that are what make our community special. In terms of the amount that's being recommended through the mayor to our CFO, can you please share with us what our current financial position is for the year, and if we've heard about any senior government funding that will support us as a municipality?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Our forecast was a $3.3 million deficit, but with the caveat that it could be between 2 and 5 million because there's so many unknowns. There's so many programs and requirements that have been announced by the province that we've had to fulfill, but without the funding commitments in writing yet back for us to know. Many of the items that you would think would be obvious that the province is funding, we really don't have any decisions from them, whether that's increases in land ambulance or any of the direct care providers through April's group. It's very much in the air. So, and it's seeming like from the province that it's going to be months before they straighten that out. So it might be fall before we actually get funding, detailed funding announcements in place for the issues that, for the areas that we have direct costs. Then we have our indirect costs of COVID-19, our interests on bank account balances and things like that being greatly diminished, lower than what we had in the budget as well. So at now, the best guess was a $3.3 million deficit, of which we had found or suggested $2 million of savings by closing some operations. The next report that we're going to discuss talks about reopening some of those back up. So that would add back to the deficit again. As far as hearing from other levels of government on just general funding, there's been the continued lobbying from all associations across the province, all municipalities, and about needing 2 streams of funding, one to help the municipalities with large transit and one to help all municipalities across Canada face their budget crunch. That almost daily, or for sure weekly, both the Premier and the Prime Minister address that. They promise funding's on the way. Just a couple of days ago, there was further promises of funding on the way, but there is absolutely no details on what we perhaps will get and what strings might be attached to that too. So, we don't, if they do give us funding, is it tied to an infrastructure project, for example, or how is it rolled out? We really don't know. If that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And I think just in response to, in particular, some of the business deputations we've heard tonight, as a counselor, I personally think about where we're going to find dollars to respond to COVID-19, either through business grant programs or other means. And sometimes I hear the phrase, looking at underutilized infrastructure or finding creative ways to operate better. And certainly while there's always room for continuous improvement, I would also argue that what could be seen as underutilized infrastructure for some is considered heart of community for others. I know, for example, and we'll be discussing later what libraries look like, there's communities in Wheatley and Merlin whose libraries are still kind of on the wait list to be potentially opened up if they're able to ever be opened up with COVID restrictions. And communities are really, really hurting. And so as a result. So I think as a council, we need to find that balance. I also think that it's important to recognize that while our business sector needs to have some support, which is provided through the grant recovery program, there's also a need to recognize the important work that our community groups are doing. So I would like to suggest an amendment to the recommendations for the initial budget, if it's appropriate with the mover and the seconder, for the initial budget to be of $200,000 rather than $250,000, and the $50,000 from the Together CK events budget remain within the budget, and the Together CK committee can develop a COVID-19 grant for community groups, either to conduct virtual or socially distanced or COVID-friendly events. So if that is a friendly amendment, then I would like to put it forward as such. And before I turn to the mover and the seconder, I would say that I'm certainly open to increasing the amount of this grant at a later date when we identify how much uptake there is of it, and more importantly for myself, if there's going to be senior provincial funding available.
Councillor B. McGregor, are you okay with this amendment?
I'm okay with that.
Councillor Hall, are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, we'll make the adjustment then. Councillor Harrigan, are you finished with your questions?
Yes, I am. So the friendly amendment, Judy, just in case you didn't catch it all, was the item number 1, the amount would be $200,000. And then item 1B would be removed with a notation that a Together CK events budget for COVID-19 be established with the $50,000.
Thank you. We'll work on that and get something up on the screen for review.
Sir, Councillor Harrigan, could I ask that maybe you defer that to our committee, the committee that looks at this?
Yes, that was what I had said. The $50,000 remain in the budget, and the Together CK committee can identify how it will be spent for this fiscal year.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we'll, as we proceed to make the modification on the screen, we'll go to Councillor Thompson, then followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you very much. I think Gord is going to be continuing to be on the hot seat as far as answering questions, but potentially not. Do we have any idea or an estimate as to how many businesses there are in Chatham-Kent that could potentially meet this criteria?
Thank you. I'm not sure if my colleagues in community development have a better answer, but you know, obviously it's far more than 250 businesses or 200 businesses, for example, at the if we're at 200,000 with 1,000 each. So this is going to go a very short way, but you know, there's numerous small business. Once you get into the homeless businesses and all the types of businesses that could qualify for this, I'd be guessing around 2,000.
Okay. I admit when I first heard the idea of this sort of program being floated, I thought it was intriguing, to say the very least. But the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I've become with it. We've talked about surpluses. We've got lots of surpluses in this account because we're not using the money this year. Gord, you touched on it briefly. What kind of deficit are we looking at next year, like in this next budget, to offset the COVID issue?
Thank you. We, like I said, we're currently forecasting a $3.3 million deficit, which will was offset by the $2 million of identified savings on May 11th. So our current forecast prior to the next report on the agenda is a $1.3 million deficit, but that was assuming things were going back to normal in the fall. That you know, another month's gone by, and I'm being less and less sure that things are going to be normal in the fall as time goes on either. So that may grow.
And in the next report, there's you said the costs are about 450. So if I add that to the 1.3, I come up to about 1.7, right?
Correct.
That's about a 1% tax increase, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And like you said, we're not sure if things are going to be the same or back to normal in the fall. We're not even sure if they're going to be back to normal next year. Has there been any sense into long-term budget planning into 2021, 2022 for COVID?
Yeah. So thank you, Councillor Thompson. We're just starting our 2021 budget process and getting some direction from council, such as what's in the current item number 3 is important to of where does council want to go? You know, we provide a very efficient operation across Chatham-Kent in how we deliver it. But I think it all comes down to, are we delivering too much, and are we open to cutting back the amount of services that are provided to our constituents if the target was to get to a 0%, for example.
Right. Let me rephrase. You've got a lot of experience in budgets and setting budgets and dealing with the finances. If you were setting a budget for 2022, would you have some concerns in regards to how COVID could affect that budget?
So that thought has, it changes as new information comes in. At first, I thought this would be definitely affecting 2021 because really, we don't know what services we're going to be able to provide. So there's a lot of uncertainty with the 2021 budget. I was hoping that, if this does go away, or the vaccines are available, that perhaps would have limited effect on 2022, except for the fact that how quickly do businesses rehire residents, right? And are we back to 5 or 6% unemployment by the end of 21, or are we still sitting at 10 to 15%? And a lot can happen in the next few months. If you're optimistic, we'll be back business as usual by the end of the year and have very little effect on 2022. It's anyone's guess, right?
Right. It is anyone's guess. I guess what I'm driving at, I think, is pretty clear. Reading on it, half of the workers across Canada have been affected by COVID-19, and 40% have lost their job temporarily, or really that's almost, if you spread it out, almost every family has been affected by COVID-19. So I'm uncomfortable with the idea that we're going to basically have a lottery, I suppose, would be kind of not putting too fine a point on it, to give $1,000 to 200 businesses when that won't even begin to address their issues. And at the same time, it doesn't address the issues that families are facing. This $250,000 or whatever number you pick comes from the tax base, which comes from homeowners, comes from businesses, obviously, in the agricultural sector as well. So I'm uncomfortable with 1 and 2, particularly. Long term, I'm looking at number 3. I think it's an interesting one. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of politically palatable options for council. As Gord said, we're already looking at a 1% offset for the COVID deficit. CPI, add that in, you're already up to potentially 2 or 3%. So to push plus the infrastructure, I mean, realistically, that's a 5% budget increase for 2021, and to get down to 0 would be well, to be bleak, nigh on impossible. So I don't like picking winners or picking losers. I don't think that's the government's position to be in. I think if we're looking at returning $250,000 to people affected by COVID, I don't think it should be limited to businesses. I don't think it should be limited to any one particular sector. Ag, not-for-profit, homeowners, whatever the case may be. I think the most equitable way to do it would be through budgeting into the next year. I think that's the way to really deal with those issues. I know if I was a business with $4 million in sales, so I would technically qualify. I'm not sure how I'd feel about potentially getting $1,000. I don't know if I would bother to apply for it. So I can appreciate the urge and the desire to appear like we're making strides in supporting business. I think there's better ways we can do that. And I don't think that taking from community projects and events, despite the fact that there is an on-paper surplus for this year when we're looking at a larger deficit, is the right way to do it. I think if we were to do that, we should look at where we could find that money within the business supports that we already have in place. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't like shifting the pain onto people who would use this money to the benefit of business owners. And I appreciate all the hard work that small business owners do. I've worked my entire life for small business owners, and it's not to take away from the hard work that they do in the community. I just don't think it's fair that we're taking money from other sectors to apply to this particular issue. So I'm glad that the question is going to be separated. I expect it to pass, but I certainly can't support 1 and 2. And I think 3 is going to be a very, very interesting one come budget time. Those are my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can sympathize with small businesses. I have many family and friends that have been affected with the COVID. But I know quite a few of them have been helped by our economic development team, who have been doing some great work out there. My concerns are the community projects. My question through you, Mayor, to Amy. Can you refresh what kind of projects would apply for these grant monies?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Finn. Previous recipients of the Together CK, formerly known as Community Partnership Fund community projects, have been accessibility projects, whether it's ramps to enter things like legions or accessible washrooms. There has been pollinator plantings in gardens. There has been revamps to things like the minor baseball league, Fergie Jenkins Park. There's a variety that span whether it's recreational for youth or helping those with seniors. There's been quite a few renovations to our senior centers in the area.
So they're projects that still could go on if nonprofits were allowed to apply for them, that could still go on even though we're in a pandemic right now?
That would be something I would maybe defer to Dr. Colby, but in generalities, if we were to announce the Together CK community projects and people were to apply and they were to conduct the project in a safe manner. So for example, if somebody was to do a expansion of a community garden and they were to practice social distancing, then that's something that could possibly occur if council so desired.
And do you think there would be nonprofits that would actually apply this year for that funding?
I've actually received some calls from some of your colleagues, some of the other councillors, where there have been some not-for-profit who have been anxiously awaiting for the community projects application intake period to open for 2020 projects.
Okay, thank you. As much as like I said, I can understand with small businesses, I cannot support the motion as written.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just have a couple of questions, and just to confirm. So as I read this right, it will be community development and financial services that would be administering this fund or this grant. Am I correct on saying that?
Thank you. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so within that 200 or the 250, have we had it in any kind of cost to administer the grant?
No, that'd be done in-house through, mainly through staff in economic development.
Okay, so my next question is, and I can't find it right now because I'm on my municipal iPad and I'm afraid to jump back. But as I was reading the other day, and it might actually be in section number 6, it said, and quote, and please correct me and put me in the right direction, but I think it said that to apply for this grant, you have to go through your local, who would you go through to apply for this grant, I guess is my question.
Sorry, I'm pausing. I'm not sure if John, you want to answer about the ideas about the grant program, or whether you'd like me to answer.
Sure, Gord. Mr. Mayor, our intention was to use an application-based process similar to what other communities have been using across Canada. We were going to have them complete a simple 1-page or 2-page application, providing us their financial information, such as how much they projected to lose over the period of the COVID crisis, to indicate what type of business they were running prior to COVID, and to ensure that they would continue to run the business after COVID finishes. And then showing that they had a business loss, we would provide them the grant. So the intention was basically to have a needs assessment, a brief needs assessment, and then to get the money out on the street as soon as possible. We know that many businesses are incurring costs right now as whether it's a restaurant talking about a patio, or whether it's businesses needing personal protective equipment for their workers. Our goal here was just to try to find a way to get the money out in the street as soon as possible to the many small businesses that are hurting right now.
Okay, and and maybe I'm trying to get at, I believe I read someone, again, I can't get back in there, that, go through your local chambers. Something into that regard. But somebody that has a business, owns a business, can just walk right into ECDEV or wherever and fill out the form themselves. They do not have to go through a third party.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know anything about a third party. I don't think there's anything in the report about that, and that was not our plan. Our plan was just to move the money through as soon as possible to the businesses, really just using maybe a small committee of staff. We have a director of finance and director of economic development, and have a few of the staff members just take a good look at each application and try to move out the funds.
Okay, I'm just, if I find it here, I'll raise my hand again, but that there was a flag there that they'd have to go through a third party, and I just didn't like that part of it. But if everyone's available and everyone can use and access and apply for the grant, then I'm okay with that, because everyone has to have the opportunity to apply for the grant. Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, these are trying times, and we as a municipality, we're scrambling to bring in a balanced budget. I agree, it's tough to take money from a grant fund, but we did add quite a substantial amount for this year, which that money won't be spent, and I think it's the perfect spot. And it was said earlier, we as council, we have nothing but the utmost respect for the committee. We believe they're doing a great job and very involved, and they give a lot of their time, and we truly do appreciate that. Unfortunately, these are unprecedented times, and we do have to look at all the practical options. And honestly, I think this is one of them, and I think it is the perfect spot. Small businesses do represent a percentage of the workforce in CK, because there is a lot of small businesses, and you know, there's quite a ripple effect if they're gone. You see a lot of dollars not going. Do I still have the floor? I have a concern with item number 3, though. It brings back the ugly list, and as we all know, that was never nice. And I totally understand that we got to look at all options, but I hate how it becomes so political, as Councillor Thompson said. It really does seem to pit the rural against the urban, and unfortunately, that's the way it's looked at. But at this time, I do think we need to support looking at a 0%, and we need to look at all the corners for savings. It's tough times now, and something we got to do. I am gonna support this. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Latimer followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I also have had a number of people call me today with regard to, or send me messages with regard to, please keep that 50,000 in there from Together CK. But not one group offered a suggestion as to where we take that money from, and without impacting current service levels. And when I look at CK Plan 2035 strategic goals, which includes economic prosperity, a healthy and safe community, people and culture, this is exactly what this fund is going to do. And if the nonprofits, they also have access to the community roundtables and prosperity roundtable through United Way. Many of these nonprofits, particularly those who service the vulnerable, and particularly for those who are struggling to meet COVID-19 restrictions, protection, etc. So, and they need business. And if we don't support our businesses, then they're not going to be there for those nonprofits, which is very clearly pointed out by a number of our dispositions. So I'm struggling because I want to support the first recommendation there. And while I know exactly where Councillor Harrigan was coming from with number 4, I really do feel that this year, because of the circumstances, that we do look at not spending that 50,000 with regard to our events, but next year it'll be there. And as Gord said, the money will be there next year, hopefully, depending on our budget, because as Councillor Thompson has pointed out, with Gord's comments, we are behind the 8 ball, and we're not going to be anywhere near that 0% requested budget for 2021 if we don't follow through and make some difficult decisions like we're being asked to tonight. So I'm not too sure right now. I don't know how I support the first recommendation. I guess if we vote down number 4 on the recommendation number 6 as it stands now on our screen, then we can come back and make an additional motion to take 50,000 from the Together CK events budget. Is that correct, Judy?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed what you said there. So if number 4 fails here, then you are suggesting another motion come forward?
Well, if we don't, then the 50,000 remains right where it is, right?
That's right.
Yeah. With the Together CK events budget, it remains there.
Right, it's just not addressed towards the COVID information.
That's correct, right? So we have to, if we want to follow through with the initial recommendation from the Chatham-Kent Small Business Recovery Grant Program, or from the Chatham-Kent Economic Task, we'd have to bring another motion forward to follow through with the initial 1B. Correct?
Yes, if you want to go back to the original motion in the report, then yes, you would.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have to go back to the full, yeah, I know, it complicates things. We've changed the recommendation now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right, we'll cross that bridge when it comes, okay? Thanks.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Did I hear that there's approximately 2,000 businesses in Chatham-Kent?
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Mayor, we estimate there's almost 3,000 small businesses in Chatham-Kent. We define small businesses as, I think, below 25 or 20 employees. So we're not counting the large businesses in that, but nearly 3,000 in the small business category.
Okay. And is there an estimate as to how many businesses would be in need of funding, or is that premature?
Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, this is John Norton speaking, General Manager, Community Development. I would say it's still premature to do any kind of survey or calculation, but every business that we've spoken with through economic development, especially in the small business sector, most of them have suffered losses. Like the vast majority have suffered losses. We recognize there's a few businesses, like maybe drugstores that are on the smaller side that have been able to stay open and maybe see some increases. But the vast majority of small businesses have had to close, and even those that have closed, or even those that were allowed to stay open, like doing takeout food or things like that, have suffered significant losses.
Okay, I guess where I'm going with this is that we're looking at $200,000 to service approximately the majority of 3,000 businesses. That's very minimal money for anybody. And I guess the question that Councillor McGrail asked, the criteria and how and who they were going to administer this funding is going to have a terrible job, in my opinion. I don't have a quick answer, I guess, as to how to deal with that. But I think the 200,000 is probably very inadequate to accomplish a whole lot in this process. So I'm kind of thinking that that we need to maybe give it some more thought because of the fact that if this motion passes and then we realize that the funding is not adequate, it'll probably take a 2/3 vote to put it back on the floor to change that figure. So at the present time, because of those facts, I can't support item 1. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shropshire, you wanted to make a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. We're spending a lot of time struggling over the $200,000 or $250,000. And I think it's important to recognize that the Economic Task Force was looking at somewhere north of 2 million. So I think as difficult as it is to wrestle with the 200,000, I think Mr. Quinton, when in his report on page 3, was really seeking direction from council how to address some of the issues Councillor Foz just talked about. 200 or 250,000 is not going to be enough. We really have to be looking at a different sort of a figure if it's going to be impactful. And that really gets down to some of the tough decisions or discussions that Councillor Pinsonneau talked about. Are we prepared to deal with a level of service change, or to decommission or sell some assets? Or are there some opportunity costs that we have to look at with our reserves? So, maybe we have to take some money away from, something we thought we were going to be able to buy and fund something else that we find is immediate and urgent. So I appreciate the discussion tonight. But I would not think that this 200,000 or 250,000, whatever council determines, is the end of the tale. We really have to deal with some very tough discussions before next year's budget, we're not really in a position where we should be running a deficit this year. So next year's 0% funding is not going to save us. We really have to look at a strategy that we're going to manage our reduced finances this year. And unless we get some senior government funding, that responsibility is going to be on ourselves. So I would like some, ask council for that direction about where we should be seeking the additional funding to cover the deficit, whether it's levels of service, dealing with some of our decommissioning of some of our assets or selling some buildings, or possibly looking at reserves and tapping into those. And as Councillor Pinsino said, in the past, it's been a rural versus urban. This is an issue that affects right across Chatham-Kent, and I think we'd have to look in all parts of the municipality to be able to find the money we need. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Really, my comment is just that the small businesses are a pillar of our community. Many of my comments were going to be regarding number 3. Councillor Pinsino hit it right on the head for me. It's just that reading that, it really, in my opinion, is going to make a very large rural and urban divide. I know from talking to people from the past about the short list or the ugly list or whatever you might call that it's going to be lead to very difficult decisions. And I think that all rural councillors have to understand that there are some utilizations in our communities that may be underused. We're lucky here in South Kent that a lot of our infrastructure is well used, whether that be arenas, but we also have to be very cognitive of the fact that those tough decisions are going to be based on a lot of the rural areas that are not well used. So I have a hard time supporting number 3, just based on the fact that it is going to create that divide, and we're talking about togetherness. But I'm very supportive of the money, and I do think that we have to provide savings. It's just that that report, I think, is going to be a very create a lot of division. Thank you for your time, sir.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Okay, I think Dawn took my points away from me. I don't find $250,000 enough, and now it's down to 200. And the only other place the money can come from is by reductions in things that we do, doing things more efficiently, and making some tough decisions. And I don't find paragraph 3 even strong enough, because it's starting off with a CPI increase. I don't see how, if small businesses are hurting, as I heard, if families are hurting, as I heard, all of which I agree, who's going to pay the taxes? I mean, you're going to have defaults, and you're calling upon people to pay any more than 0? That's just not realistic. So, as this motion has been changed around, I can't support it at all. So I just don't think we're being realistic. I don't think that's the recommendations that were brought to it. And we're headed off on another path. And I do believe that Councillor Pinsino is probably right, that although we should be making these tough decisions, we won't. So those are all the comments I have.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to go back to my original request to have this motion split and voted on separately for all 4 points. And I have an amendment for number 1, and I would like to speak to number 3.
Okay, we can split the 4 and go ahead with your proposed amendments.
I've sent it to Meredith, so she can add it there.
Can you read it to us to give us an idea first, so that we can see if Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Hall will support it?
Okay. It reads that the 200,000 COVID-19 Chatham-Kent Small Business Grant be distributed through a call for proposals issued by the Together CK Committee to nonprofit social benefit businesses and organizations whose interests are being represented on the Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force. And the rationale for that is that we already have a process in place and we don't need another one.
Councillor B. McGregor, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I don't, and I think it runs counter to the motion. So as a point of order, I would think that that would be a motion that could be brought up if number 1 failed. Would that be correct?
That yes, we can do that. Okay, so if you're not agreeing to it, we'll keep this motion as is. And Councillor Kirkwood-White, you can bring that up if after this you want to bring it up.
Okay, thank you.
And anything else, Councillor Kirkwood-White?
No, when it comes to, if we're splitting the vote 4 ways, I'll speak again on number 3.
Okay, sorry, speak now.
Oh, you want me to speak now? Okay. All right. Well, I certainly agree that this economic crisis presents an opportunity to make changes, but I was listening very closely to the co-chairs and the other members of the Recovery Task Force when they said things like, this isn't enough money and it's only this much. And there is a report that we have been given that speaks to the fact that administration has consistently recommended service level reductions in over-serviced areas and infrastructure rationalization, but that council has continued to overturn them. And perhaps using the words of administration in this report, we need to take a closer look at number 3 and maybe not for 2021, but for 2020.
Okay, anything else?
That's enough for me.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor, then I have a few things to say and then I'll pass it back to Councillor B. McGregor for final thoughts.
Carmen, we can't hear you.
Okay, so can you hear me now, Jude?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start again. I first apologize for having my hand up and down so many times throughout this discussion. There's been a lot of really good discussion, and I did like some of the breakdown, and especially removing the 50,000 from the events into a separate area. I was going to ask to have that separated anyway. One question. And it was just of concern, and we've talked around this a lot of different times. When you're going through, or when Gord and EMT and financial and community development are going through this process, I'm just curious as why the committee, the Together CK committee, was not brought in for discussion at that point of time. It seems that some of this conversation tonight might have been avoided had that group maybe been consulted in the first place. So that kind of concerned me. The other thing that concerns me is I also feel that $1,000 to a business is not likely to make or break whether a business survives. And it's an awful thing we're going to have to face going through this, but there are going to be a lot of businesses that don't survive. So when you're looking at criteria of going and handing this money out, and like I don't know how you look at this, because are we going to take $200,000, which is not enough to really do enough for these businesses? They need to have more to do to be able to probably get back on their feet and do things. But are we just going to literally throw $1,000 at it per business, and it's still not going to be enough, and they're still going to go under? So I'm really concerned about how we're going about and doing this. I do like the third motion that came in. I know a number of us have been asking to look at it. I know it's never an easy conversation, but somebody has to do it. Somebody has to do it within this municipality and look at it. So I think it's something that we need to do and look at, and more of a business sense, and do that. So I'm happy that we're separating this out. I'm not sure I can support all of them the way they're written. Some I will support. So thank you for allowing me comments through the mayor, and thank you to the rest of council for all the discussion that has taken place so far.
Okay, I will give a few comments and then I'll pass it over to Councillor B. McGregor. First thing is business is the lifeblood of our community. Without it, we don't have a community. So we've went for years and years business supporting a lot of things in our community, and this is the year that small business really needs our help. The purpose of the money is to catch businesses that are not part of other federal or provincial support. So that will bring down a lot of, like, we've got 3,000 businesses now, and a portion of them are doing well during this period, and a certain part aren't. And there's a lot of them receiving significant benefits from the federal provincial government under certain programs there. So the purpose of this is to catch those businesses that are falling between the cracks. So I would like to see us proceed with, because a lot of the issues have been, we don't know how many people are going to apply for this, that we have businesses apply, we go through the process, and currently we got 200 grand and it's $1,000. But what I'd like to do is, I think I agree with a lot of people, 200,000 is likely pretty inadequate to cover off the needs. So we need to, let's move with this, particularly getting the applications in to find out, are we talking 50 businesses or are we talking 2,000? So if we can go through that process, then I would love to see us look and say, determine that, to say how many businesses are out there that fell between the cracks that need support. And I think we need to put a caveat in there somewhere about whether we take it from reserves somewhere or from a federal provincial funding that we may get in the future, to put that caveat in there to keep the door open for us to be able to put some extra dollars in once we see the true demand in the community. So those are my comments, and if Councillor B. McGregor would consider any of those as friendly amendments, I'd be happy if you put them in. So Councillor B. McGregor, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I do have an amendment that I think captures what you're trying to say. I did email it to Judy and Meredith. So it's that administration report back to council regarding the volume of applications to the Small Business Recovery Grant Program, and that the program be revisited if any senior government funding becomes available or other sources of funding are identified. I know that'll take a moment to get up there, but really just reiterating what the mayor just said is, I view this, obviously $200,000 will not go very far, but this is how we get started. And I think we've used the quote in council before, that don't let perfection be the enemy of good. So this program's not going to be perfect. It's not perfectly equitable. Certainly property taxation isn't the most equitable form of taxation, but it's a tool we have. So I think what we need to understand is how many businesses are going to apply, how many businesses, like the mayor said, will be falling through the cracks and would qualify for this type of support. And then we have to be flexible going forward to revisit the program and make changes if we need. So I think that to me, that's a really reasonable first step, and really admits that it is just a first step and more needs to be done. I respect that this isn't what the Recovery Task Force asked for. I understand the debate around sources of funding. I share those concerns. Certainly this isn't the easiest way forward. With respect to number 3, I agree with Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Pinsno, Councillor Solomon. That's not an easy road to go down, but I think it is a responsible road to go down. I think that community members are asking us to look at these things. I understand that that type of direction is middle of the road. It does offer us lots of options, and I think offers us an opportunity for healthy and I expect long debate. And I think it's up to us to make sure that this is not a process that pits rural against urban. That's something that we work together on, and we recognize that's important for the community at large. So I will leave it at that, and I hope that we can support these recommendations and move forward with supporting not just the businesses in our community, but the not-for-profits that would benefit from this type of program, and really show that we're going to be a good partner in the community as we deal with the adverse effects of COVID-19.
Okay, with that, we will put it to vote. So we're separating all 5 of them. So starting with number 1, we'll vote for number 1.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. We need one more counselor. All votes are in. Motion passes. We'll vote on number 2 now. We'll give you a minute to read it. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. Number 3. Please vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. We'll now vote on number 4.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. And the final recommendation, number 5, we'll leave on the screen as it was just put up there.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. Please vote. All votes are in. Motion passes. We'll now move on to item 14D, update and financial resiliency in COVID-19.
Councillor Hall, you put it on the floor and followed by Councillor Latimer. Would you second that?
Yes, I'll move that, Mayor Caniff.
So seconded.
Okay, Councillor Hall, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, just a quick question here about part of the report with the library reopening. Can someone from staff, I think it'll be April, can you just explain the rollout for the library reopening? I guess specifically in Wallaceburg and how it kind of, it says it starts in Chatham and goes down into different communities with the curbside pickup. So when is that going to start and how's that going to kind of roll out?
Through you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Councillor Hall, for the question. It's April Reedick, General Manager, Community Human Services. Our plan, looking at curbside pickup, is our recommended way to move forward to provide some library services to our community as we really begin to open up and follow direction from both the province and Dr. Colby. Pending outcomes of tonight, we will move forward with curbside pickup only in Chatham beginning this week. We will move to curbside pickup only in Wallaceburg the week of June 29th. And then the week of July 13th, we will move to curbside pickup in Tilbury and Ridgetown. Part of our reasoning behind that really is to look at preparing all of the books that have come into all of our library locations through all of our drop-offs, with having staff there as more individuals return library materials. We need to bring those into the system, and then we need to get ready all of the holds that have been on place and clean the facilities, get the books ready, sort how to make sure we ensure the safety of both our patrons and our staff for curbside pickup. These are the 4 locations where we are able to do this safely without any additional environmental kind of safety measures put in place. These locations have the ability with a double door system so that patrons and staff do not have to come in contact with one another. And so that's the rollout plan for curbside pickup.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, April. And just another follow-up question. I know there's the in the report the costs associated with the specifically the libraries again. This $295,000. Can you just break that down for me? Is that all staffing, or what's how's that cost broken down?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Hall, for the question. If you recall from our previous reports back to council, the entire library staff was laid off on March 27th. And so moving forward into the summer, these staff are not being paid. So in order to begin the process of bringing staff back and back onto payroll slowly as we open up for curbside pickup, we looked at the costs of employment costs. These are labor costs, and in terms of wages, compensation, and labor burden added on top of that. And both having our management team on site to assist with our frontline staff, that amount of money is straight labor and labor burden costs.
Excellent. Thank you for the answers there, April. And those are all my questions, Mayor Canna. Thank you.
I'm going to pass it over to Madam Clerk. She's got some stuff to talk about before we proceed on with any more discussion.
Thank you, Council. Sorry, when I announced the report, I meant to say that we require a 2/3 vote for this report. As Council is well aware, back on May 11th, we made some decisions with regards to cutting services and so on with regards to the COVID. And now we're bringing back some, and you're going to be voting on whether you change that direction or not. So at this time, before any further discussion goes on, we should put a 2/3 vote of whether you're wanting to put the report on the floor for reconsideration. So we'll put that vote up on the screen now, and it requires 2/3.
With that, I'm assuming no one needs to talk about that, but just let's get it on the floor, and if 2/3 accept, we will proceed on with the other discussion. So we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. One more. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes. Sorry, carry on.
All right, we're back on. So Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Dr. Redek, could you please comment with regard to the letter we received from one of our employees, and also the letter we recently received, I think today, from the library board? What about provision, the virtual programming that would assist patrons to access the virtual library services, which we haven't had thus far? Would this service also require any additional safety or risk associated, or would there be any additional costs?
Through you, Mary Caniff. Thank you, Councillor Latimer, for the question. Certainly when we look at the programs and services currently continuing to run with the library, there are a very small amount of virtual services that patrons can access, electronic books, those kinds of things. As we bring staff back, if things go, if council votes that tonight, we will move to the curbside pickup, as I've already described. When staff get back on site, we can take a look at what do some of those additional things look like. In terms of some online programming and some additional support, by all means, staff will be on site and can provide support to patrons, both with their choices online and their choices for physical resources that would be in the curbside pickup. That's part of the library's role, to be providing that. There were some services in those letters that are new services. And so I would, really want to take that away and do some costing. I think one of the letters talked about, library employees going out and providing books to senior centers, providing books to long-term care homes, providing library support to the shelter. All great ideas, awesome ideas, but that's increasing our services instead of, maintaining services that we have and bringing our library staff back to do curbside pickup, which is one of the things that the provincial government has indicated we are allowed to do moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rudek. I wasn't so much interested, and thank you for your explanation with regard to increased services. I think everyone understands we wouldn't be going in that direction right now, but I'm wondering why staff who are at home could not act as a virtual assistant to patrons who are having difficulty trying to find an ebook or other e-media that they could order through curbside. And I'm struggling with that, because I think that's where the staff and the library board members are wondering what's going on as well. Because I don't think that would cost us anything more. And it certainly would be helpful to patrons, such as myself, who every time I go on and look for a book, it's not available through us. And I'm sure it's me. It's not the system, it's the operator.
So thank you, Councillor Latimer. So certainly the staff that are recalled, and we are certainly working with HR and with CUPE to recall staff in order of their seniority. And as I indicated, those staff will be available to help patrons and residents to navigate through the system of books and resources. So whether that are hard copy resources, whether those are online resources, the staff that are called back from layoff will be able to assist with those types of inquiries coming into the library. The staff that remain on layoff, they are on layoff, and so they are not working or will not be working until they are recalled back. So I don't know if that's answered your question or not, but certainly staff that are called back and are working will be actively answering patrons' questions.
Thank you for that clarification. What about navigation of the platforms, such as Hoopla? I know that was a real concern initially of a lot of the board members, that the platforms that are currently available through the library often go down. And I don't think we've seen a whole lot of that, but would the people who are called back be able to assist with that, managing those platforms as well?
So thank you for the question. Certainly when we look at our callback list, some of our most senior staff are certainly very, very familiar, including our IT support for library, are all on that callback list. So while I can't give you an answer about specific programs, we haven't had any of our platforms go down during this last couple of months, but they will be looking at whatever they can do to keep those platforms up and running and to maintain them and keep them moving forward.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Redek.
Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you. And thank you for this. I'm very happy to support the recommendations that are in front of me this evening, because I think it helps to bring some level of community and normalcy back into Chatham-Kent throughout the summer months. And, you know, certainly I'll be talking more to that in my notice of motion. So happy to support this. But I did have a question regarding a statement in page 3 of the report that details that no other changes are currently recommended. And through the mayor to Dr. Redek, the province had indicated, I believe it was late last week or potentially the week prior, that during phase 2, pools, outdoor pools and splash pads were identified as being able to open. So while I'm respectful of Dr. Colby's expertise in directing us not to open splash pads or pools yet, I have received many questions about the potential opening of splash pads for the use of outdoor play for children, and then also pools for social distancing activities within the pool, such as lane swim, aquafit, and other examples that could become possible this summer. My question is has any work been done to date to prepare for the potential opening of pools or splash pads? So for example, identifying if lifeguards could be hired back. And then in follow-up to that, are we aware of what the cost would be to run pools this summer in a socially distant way?
So it's April. I think that from a cost perspective of getting the pools up and running, I have to, the facilities that is, as well as the splash pads, certainly I have to defer those questions to both Gord and Thomas. I know, and I will defer from an HR perspective. I know that Kathy and her team have been calling our staff more so to just look at that initial conversation of availability in the event that things begin to open. So I'll defer that to her if she has any updates. As for looking at pools and splash pads, the government has mandated still that all playground equipment and playgrounds remain closed. And certainly in looking at a combination of really physical distancing and the fact that a number of our splash pads are in parks where there's also playgrounds and playground equipment, we really felt from a public health perspective that it was far too confusing to tell or try and navigate through saying you can run in the water, but you can't play on the fire truck. You can run in the water, but you can't climb the climber. And so until those playgrounds and playground equipment are opened, Dr. Colby has ordered that splash pads remain closed. And I'll let Thomas speak in terms of how quickly those can get opened. As for pools, there are significant guidelines around pools, not only just the physical distancing, but at this time, there's no access to lockers, no access to change rooms. The only thing that can be accessed are washrooms and indoors for the purpose of first aid. So it gets very, very tricky in terms of looking at how do you ensure that physical distancing is maintained. And at this time, Dr. Colby has ordered that all of the pools remain closed. So I'll stop there and see if anyone else is able to chime in on some of the other parts of your questions, Councillor Harrigan.
Mr. Mayor, it's Thomas Kelly, General Manager of IES. From an operations standpoint, our pools are essentially ready to go. The issue will be, I think the long lead time item will be the lifeguard who is available to be there. So we could be ready within, I would say, 1 week with our pools. The same would go for our splash pads as well. So operationally, we have been preparing and maintaining those facilities so that we are ready to go. So it's just a matter of once we get the go ahead and we have the trained personnel in place, we could move forward with opening both the splash pads and the pools if that's council's desire.
Mr. Mayor, it's Kathy Hoffman. May I weigh in at this point?
Certainly.
Thank you. So Kathy Hoffman, General Manager of Corporate Services. With respect to the question around staffing and availability of staff, lifeguards and so forth for the pools, I can share with you that our teams have been speaking with our staff that would typically be staffing these pools through the summertime and so forth. We've been talking with them through the lens of potential additional redeployment at Riverview Gardens and or the shelter, and less so about the pools, just because we haven't been at a place yet of being ready to open the pools. But I can confirm for you that many of them are available, given the fact that their summer jobs haven't been available to them, and they've been very keen, of course, to come back to their first love, which is the pools. And they've also been very interested and willing to speak with us about the potential for redeployment if we need them in other places as well.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all the staff for answering questions. I absolutely support Dr. Colby in his directions to maintain public health and safety. But I also think it's important that when those restrictions are lifted, that we as a community are really ready to hit go, and it sounds like we are. So that's very encouraging. Thank you everyone for your work in that area.
Before we get it put to vote, we'll go to Mr. Quinton to clarify number 5.
Yeah, I thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I just want to clarify, I guess back to Councillor Harrigan's last item. If we were to hire the lifeguards, and if the orders changed later this week and we were to go, let's say for July 1st, as far as the timing to get everything open, there is the cost factor too, and I hate to be the one bringing it up, but as Chief Financial Officer, I feel I have to. Council has approved not running the pools that have the large staffing component and the summer students, and not hiring the summer students, so it would have to come back to a council meeting and have a 2/3 vote like we did tonight to bring those back on board before we begin hiring the lifeguards back. Secondly, I just did want to poke out a small change on line number 5 about the John D. Bradley Center. I've added the words "when permitted by provincial order" at the end. And just to explain that a little bit, the announcements come out from the province, but the regulations come out many days later. And we jumped the gun thinking that we likely could open the John D. Bradley Center for the meeting rooms up at the front near Richmond Street end of the convention center for meetings of 10 or less people without food being provided. We believed that was possible, but when reading when the legal team has reviewed the orders, and currently the word convention center is saying that that's still a closed facility. So there's some debate, whether convention center meant the Freedom Hall and the ballroom and not perhaps not the meeting rooms, but that's sort of up to some dispute. So we're just going to leave it that's going to remain closed until we have further direction from the province of when we can actually allow the meeting rooms to happen. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, please.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. We'll now move on to 15A, application for site plan control, 2585435 Ontario Limited, De Temperata Farms, 4891 Talbot Trail, Community of Tilbury, West Kent.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Oche, can you put it on the floor for me?
Yes, I'll move the recommendation.
And I'll second with questions.
Okay, so Councillor Harrigan, you have questions, and then go over to Councillor Oche.
I do not have questions about it. I believe 1A acknowledges any of questions that I would have.
Okay, Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Worship. I received an email today regarding this, and they just want to confirm that it will only be vegetables growing here. There'll be no night lights or anything like that that would bother any neighboring houses.
Sorry, Your Worship. Bruce McAllister, Director of Planning here. Correct. This is actually a bell pepper growing facility, greenhouse facility. So it's only for bell peppers, and they are not proposing any internal growing lights for their operation.
Thank you, Bruce. Through you again, your mayor, your worship. Sorry, Bruce. Could you tell me if they did decide to change that, would they have to come to council, and would they also have to put up blinds or some kind of night coverage to cancel out any light?
Thank you, Your Worship. It depends on the nature of it. It'd be a site plan amendment, most likely, Councillor Loche, if they needed to change the design or facility.
Just one more question, Your Worship. So, Bruce, so if they were to change it to a marijuana growing operation, would they have to have the light covering for night?
Well, we would ask for them to address that in the site plan amendment if they ever did change the type of facility, Councillor Oche.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. Can you?
Judy, my screen does not yet show a vote.
Yes, 1 second, please, Council. We still are waiting for some votes, council. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes. The next item is 15D, COVID-19 Economic Recovery Response Temporary Patios.
Okay, Councillor Latimer and Councillor Sakachi, can you put it on the floor for me, please?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, to you, Councillor Latimer, and then Councillor Sakachi.
I was concerned with regard to whether or not the Legions had been approached by ECDEV and their planning for their patio service provision.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Norton speaking. We certainly, the Legions would be included in being able to have a patio and serve alcohol in the patio, so there's no concerns in that regard. Was that the question, if I understood the question?
Yes, actually, I think I got an answer, or the, Mr. Rainbird answered me earlier today with regard to that we hadn't specifically reached out to the Legions, but that he was having his ECDEV representatives check in with each of their area Legions, which I was happy to hear, because I think they would look for and appreciate any help or assistance we could give them in that area. So thank you, John.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Mr. Norton, just wanted to see if you could just kind of make this a little bit more simple. I've had some questions from some restaurant owners that really aren't very tech savvy, and they've kind of looked through this and they're having a hard time siphoning through it. So I just wanted to see if you could put this in a very common perspective in two scenarios. So if somebody has a patio, for them to go to basically extend it a little bit on the city sidewalk, what would they have to do? And second, if somebody had some parking spaces that they wanted to put the patio, to kind of extend their patio on, could you tell me about the proper steps that they would have to take from, just kind of simply lay it out there for me?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So there really are those two scenarios that the councillor mentioned. One is expansion onto public city property like a sidewalk. And the second scenario is expansion or creation of a patio on private property, on the property owner's own property, usually maybe in their parking lot, for example. So the latter, expansion onto a parking lot or private property, is the easier scenario because it is their own property. And obviously they can make the decision, if we allow it, they can make the decision to give up parking spaces and trade parking spaces for patio space. So with the expansion on private property, we had internal discussions this week and decided to go with really what we believe was the least amount of red tape, which was to say that we would just allow people to do it. We wouldn't require any kind of application or pre-approval, and we would just issue guidelines explaining how that patio expansion needs to happen. And there's some basic things. One is tables and groups need to be kept apart with some social distancing as directed by Dr. Colby. Secondly, there's some requirements by the Alcohol Gaming Commission in order for them to have their expanded liquor license in their expanded patio. And thirdly, there's some obvious things like ensuring that the vehicles in that parking lot are kept separate from those who are dining so that there's safety for the people using the patio. So some basic things like that, and we've got some guidelines that we've issued, but we're just allowing people to do it as of right. We want them to open their business as soon as possible and expand. Now, the second variation, which is expansion onto municipal property, onto the sidewalk, is more challenging. And it's not so much that we're trying to put up red tape for people, but that we have some competing issues. In the downtown areas, of course, there's limited space. And if we allow businesses to move their patios right onto the sidewalk, it makes it very difficult for people to still then use the sidewalk, obviously, and walk down the sidewalk, remembering that there's people who have accessibility issues, maybe people in wheelchairs. So you can't just block a sidewalk. So that's going to take us a little more time, and we've created a simple application page, and they will apply actually to my colleague, Mr. Kelly's area will manage that, because they're responsible for public infrastructure and the sidewalks, and we will have a team look at it quickly, and assuming we can find a way for the public to be able to walk around the patio, we will allow a restaurant to expand out onto the sidewalk. We're going to have to build maybe a ramp down into what is if there's parking available in front of maybe the restaurant, then we want to make sure it's accessible for wheelchairs. People can then go down and around the patio. So that's the plan right now. Basically, two different options. One is expansion on private property. Go ahead and do it. The other is expansion on public property, like on the road or on the sidewalk. You need to have permission.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. I think it's really important as council that, that when there are certain aspects we're critical of, that we bring it to your attention, but also when we have to commend you and your staff. And I think that this was a very good initiative from your group, as well as ECDEV, as well as Councillor McGregor. There's no doubt in my mind that the restaurant industry has seen one of the most significant hits, from COVID. And I really wanted to give you guys a lot of credit in regards to putting this through. Any little bit of recovery that can be necessarily just at this time is extremely important. So I just really wanted to, thank you, yourself, Councillor McGregor, as well as your team for this, to help with the economic recovery, and just a really good job. And the report was really well put together. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you making it simple, and kudos to, everybody that was involved on this project. And I just really want to say thank you very much.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
All right, thank you. I was just muted there for a second. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, absolutely happy to support these recommendations. We had a lengthy discussion about this last week during our Community Development Advisory Committee meeting. Our committee unanimously voted in favor of supporting it. Supporting the staff recommendations, and we're happy to endorse it. And echoing Councillor Zakachi's comments as well, I have to tip my hat to staff for their work on this item. The announcement came from the province, and the questions from the constituents and business owners came very quickly thereafter. So, thank you for the work to make this happen. And just one quick question to staff, probably to economic development. I know this report was made right before the weekend, basically, that just passed, and right before the patios began to open up across the municipality. Just wondering what some of that immediate feedback has been up to this point from some of our local businesses.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Norton again. I'm pausing just to see if anyone from economic development is on the line. I think they may not be there on the line. So I will just jump in and say that we've had some very positive feedback so far from both the general public and business owners in regards to the opening of the patios. I did drive around on Saturday and saw some of the patios. I can say that Centros in Chatham, as an example, went to some impressive lengths with building a new patio very quickly. You may have also seen what happened with Boston Pizza. They built a very impressive patio and expanded out into parking areas, and all across Chatham-Kent. I know that patios were expanded and people were out enjoying the beautiful weather. So far it's been very positive. We've just had a lot of inquiries from business owners wanting to make sure they sort of do it right. But so far it's been, as far as I know, it's been a very successful weekend with businesses being able to begin serving patrons.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the answer, John, and keep up the good work to your team and economic development. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just had a couple questions for clarity. In the guidelines in the last couple of pages, I think it's point number 3. It says temporary patios are permitted until January 1st, 2021, and the municipality may terminate these permissions upon 24 hours notice. So can you just give me a little detail about why that could happen, or what type of criteria would need to be met for that termination of permissions?
Mr. Mayor, so that provision is in there, probably would only be used in 2 scenarios. One would be where you have, you know, the medical officer of health or someone else deciding that we need to close patios and again, move back to a more lockdown situation should COVID become a significant problem in our community. The second scenario, I guess, is if there's a particular business that isn't taking direction from one of our building officials and is a repeat offender over and over, creating an unsafe situation. For example, if we had, you know, if somebody designed a patio where cars were driving through the middle of it, something like that, we would have a building inspector there really fast to ensure that they built something safe. But those are not expected situations. And I can say that so far this weekend, we've had everything that was inspected seem to be really safe and in compliance. And so I'm very positive about it. I wouldn't imagine us having to shut anyone down.
Good, good. And the other one is one of the points is that outdoor theatrical performances or audio visual presentations, live music, concerts, or shows are not permitted. Understanding that, you know, outside of restaurants, also, you know, local live musicians have been really adversely impacted by COVID-19 restrictions. Is this something that we're enforcing as a municipality, or is there a reason that we're restricting sort of live music?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been one of the more contentious rules, and I can say it was created by the province, not by us. We're calling it the Footloose rule from the movie when young people were not allowed to dance. And that's really what the province has enacted here. They've enacted a rule that says there can be no dancing and no singing on a patio. It seems a little unusual, but I guess it might have something to do with protecting us from getting COVID. When people are singing or dancing, I guess they're more susceptible to it. So it seems counterintuitive, but right now the province has said no dancing and no singing. So don't go there and sing happy birthday. I guess it's not allowed. But what we're going to be doing is obviously using our discretion when we consider enforcing that. We're not looking to go and shut down the fun, but we do want people to keep safe. So we are going to be enforcing all of the rules that the province has imposed and using some common sense.
Right, and then if the province were to lift that restriction, could we quickly remove that requirement and allow live music again?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as soon as the province lifts the restriction, there will be singing and dancing again in Chatham-Kent.
Great, I look forward to it. Thank you.
On that positive note, we'll put it to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes. Next item is 16A, Waste and Recycling Curbside Collection Overview, presentation by Rick Kasura, Manager, Waste and Recycling Services. Rick?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Tim Dick, Director of Drainage Asset Waste Management. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to council tonight and the public that's listening regarding our business of waste and recycling, specifically focusing on curbside collection and many of the common issues that we deal with. And councilors hear about these types of issues. So we hope that the presentation identifies some of the challenges that we face and some of the challenges and the types of issues. Also very important, the presentation will address timing-wise some changes to many of the collection days which are coming up in the very near future, shortly in July. So Mr. Kasura will address those things. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Manager of Waste and Recycling, Rick Kasura.
Thank you, Tim. Can everybody hear me?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, Council. It's Rick Casera. To start, next slide. To begin, the division is responsible for managing all curbside garbage and recycling issues, operating 8 transfer station and 9 leaf and yard depots. We're responsible for all related promotion and education materials as it relates to the above, and we're also responding on an annual basis to approximately 6,000 customer service issues. We also organize the Household Hazardous Waste Day annually at 3 locations and reconcile the host community agreement with the Ridge landfill, resulting in approximately $3.5 million benefit to Chatham-Kent. And lastly, each year we complete the provincial Blue Box data call, which funds approximately $500,000 of our recycling program. Next slide. Staffing wise, it consists of myself, the manager, 1 environmental climate change technician under contract until July 2021, 1 shared admin assistant, and 18 part-time staff operating the transfer stations and leaf and yard depots. Next slide. This map illustrates all of the transfer stations in red, again 8, 9 leaf and yard depots, green, the Ridge landfill, pink, and lastly, CK Recycling, the recycling facility, blue. Next slide, please. With respect to the current contract, it's a 7-year contract with no annual CPI adjustment and an option to extend 2 additional years. It includes curbside communities, 20 that is, and over 34,000 properties which receive weekly garbage collection and bi-weekly recycling collection. Next slide, please. In this business, we have to promote and educate to the public using the following resources. The information in the bottom right-hand corner actually represents the cover page on our next collection guide to be delivered to residents within the next 10 days and highlights collection day changes, as Tim pointed out, to start July 2nd. Next page, please. Curbside garbage collection allows for a weekly limit for residences of 1 toter or 3 bags or 3 bulk items, and a limit of 5 toters or 2 cubic meters for industrial, commercial, and institutional properties. Each bulk item equals 1 bag, and all garbage is to be set out after 7 p.m. the day before and no later than 7 a.m. the day of collection. Toter cart placement is important, as is closing the lid. Banned items, you'll note at the bottom, have been included in the contract since 2015. Next slide. This slide is also found in each of the annual calendars and emphasizes toter cart placement. For example, toters need to be 3 feet or 1 meter away from all objects, such as recycling boxes if you happen to receive collection of both on the same day, hydro poles, mailboxes, etc. Next slide. The following slides, 6 in total, illustrate the most common curbside non-compliance garbage issues, including unacceptable items and overloaded toters. This particular slide depicts toters that are backwards and overloaded. Next slide. Here we see toters with lids open and jammed with excess waste items. Next slide. This is my favorite. These pictures were taken 1 day apart after a snowfall and clearly show the litter that results when the lid isn't closed. Next slide. Here speaks for itself, excess garbage. Next slide. These pictures depict loose garbage not properly contained in bags and or boxes within the toters, which often result in litter within the neighborhood. Next slide. Clearly, excess and loose garbage at commercial properties is a common problem. Next slide. Curbside recycling collection is offered to all properties every week by way of municipally supplied blue and black boxes for residences and subsidized recycling toter carts for institutional, commercial, and industrial properties, which include multi-residential buildings. Next slide. We offer two-stream recycling for the recyclables that are listed and require the black box to be used for fiber and paper products, while the blue box for food, beverage, and liquid containers. We have added approximately 8 or 9 new recyclables to our collection program since 2008. Next slide. The two-stream recycling guide, which you see, lists all acceptable recyclables plus several items not accepted, such as styrofoam and waxed cardboard. This guide can be found in each collection guide mailed to residents, plus the Chatham-Kent website and all local newspapers 3 times per year. Extra copies are also available at all municipal offices. Next slide. This is another example of a page in the collection guide explaining the two-stream recycling program and free recycling boxes for all residents. Next slide. The most common recyclables that are not accepted are listed on this slide, including recycling set out in plastic bags. Next slide. The following 4 slides illustrate the most common recycling issues we have to address. Boxes contaminated with unacceptable items such as plastic bags and or plastic wrap. Next slide. Unacceptable or non-prescribed containers are often used like large boxes and or laundry baskets. Next slide. Loose styrofoam and recycling in plastic bags and cardboard boxes is an occasional problem. Next slide. Improper use of recycling boxes such as oversized cardboard in a blue box and cans and containers in a black box. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, we will be implementing a new recycling collection days schedule for the majority of curbside residents effective next month, July 2nd. Extensive advertising will begin tomorrow, including a new collection guide to arrive by mail within the next 2 weeks, along with ads through the other outlets listed. The advertising will run until July 10th. Next slide. To summarize, we have reviewed our curbside collection program delivered to over 34,000 properties weekly and our plans for collection changes in July. We continue to strive to address all issues within 1 business day and have created new online tools for the public to conveniently determine their new recycling collection day. We continue to service rural residents at 8 transfer stations and all residents at 9 leaf and yard depots, and we will continue to promote and educate on all of these services and prepare for the next collection contract, which will hopefully include options for additional waste diversion. Next slide. At this time, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity, and we'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Yes, can I get go to Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Thompson? Sorry, can I get Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Thompson to put a motion to get on?
Sure, I will move. I believe I'm moving to accept the report.
Okay,
presentation.
and all right.
And I will second that.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Rick and Tim, for your presentation, and also for the conversation we were able to have on the weekend. So I did send along my questions in advance, but first I had a question about the comment in the presentation about the option to extend the current contract for another 2 years. Is that something that we are considering to in the process to implement currently, the extension?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Indeed, it is. Obviously, in the last few weeks, we've updated council on the Blue Box transition plan for as early as 2023. Tonight, we're obviously trying to provide relevant information related to the program, and as well make the public aware of recycling changes forthcoming in July. So to answer your question, yes, that'll be the next step that we take in terms of our business, is reviewing the current contract and the option to extend for 2 years.
And I've had a number of citizens reach out to me to inquire about rural garbage pickup. Can you share what the process would be typical for a road or an area to petition for increased services?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Tim Dick again. Thanks for the question, Councillor Harrigan. So there, we have in the past implemented a petition process, which is very similar to the petition processes that council hears us talk about with respect to local improvement or drainage type projects. The one main difference is, however, that adding additional rural areas into the current contract depends completely on the service provider, because it is a change in the level of service, and it is a change which is outside which was prescribed by the RFP when the contract was let. So depending on the situation, depending on the demographics, the location, how things sort of line up with current routing and so on, we may or may not be able to, accommodate requests and so on. What usually happens is the staff does the homework with the service provider ahead of time to make sure that it is an option to add a certain area. So, for example, if it were a very remote area that wasn't close to any currently serviced area, typically what we would do is talk to the service provider first before we put the residents through the process of having to, go out and beat the pavement and, knock on doors to get petitions signed.
Thank you. And then in follow-up to that, is there an opportunity, or has there been discussions around how we can leverage the municipal contract for rates for rural payers? So if everyone on a road is already paying for private pickup from the same provider that's providing the municipality with service, are we able to leverage that for an improved fee service schedule?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's a difficult question. I'm not quite sure how to respond. I would say we have not had that conversation because they are a private business, and they basically charge for price, or they price the servicing that they're providing based on their cost and their overhead and so on. And so, if it's further, more remote, whatever the case may be, they price it accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, do we have a map on our GIS systems that shows where our routes are for garbage pickup? Like, is that map accessible to the public through one of our GIS systems?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Harrigan, in fact, through the GeoCortex system, that information is available to residents. And in fact, it's going to be included. There is a new link that will be included on the website and is included on page 3 of the collection guide coming out within the next 10 days or so, which actually will allow residents to go right to the mapping, the geocortex mapping that we ourselves use internally to determine any information related to garbage and recycling collection, including those new collection days coming in July.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to answer my questions.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you very much. Much along the lines of Councillor Harrigan's questions, something I've been working on or with for the last 6 years now. In your experience, Tim or Rick, has there ever been a situation where the contractor was prepared to extend service to a rural community that isn't already receiving pickup?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The answer is yes. My memory's not great, but we have actually implemented additional services in several communities over the years. But again, it was only done when the contractor agreed to service those areas based on location, population density. Again, those are the key factors in determining whether or not they're going to extend services beyond the current 20 curbside communities.
All right. Without putting too fine a point on it, what sort of numbers or criteria would they be looking at in your experience?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Typically, they're looking at things like routes, firstly, to see if, in fact, the community or stretch of homes is along both the garbage and recycling collection route currently. And then from there, it's really a numbers game to see if it's actually worth their financial while to deliver the services to the number of properties in question.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'll just say, going back through my emails, the only one that they'd even consider in South Kent wasn't Talbot Trail, wasn't Cedar Springs, wasn't Erie Beach, wasn't, I guess Dealtown does, but wasn't any other smaller communities like that. It was Charing Cross was the only one they'd even consider. So frustration, obviously, because when residents hear that the service provider would consider it, it's been my experience that the criteria pretty much disqualifies most anybody that would think about it. So I express frustration in regards to trying to get something accomplished. So being a little bit more proactive here, the contract as it sits right now expires in December 2021, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's correct.
With now it's a potential for 2-year extension. Is that 1 2-year extension or 2 1-year extensions?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Tim Dick again. We're not positive on that. We believe it's 2 1-year extensions.
Okay. I know in years past, I believe some councillors have made mention of the fact that sometimes when these contract extensions come up, for instance, say it expires in December of 2021, council won't get the report until November 30th of 2021, when it's too late to potentially decide to not end the contract or break the contract. So I guess what I'm asking you is, if there was a rural councillor in West Kent, South Kent, that decided they didn't want to see the contract extended in 2021, when should they bring a motion forward to council to say, you know what, we don't want to extend the contract beyond 2021. What we want to do is begin the negotiation as soon as possible so that we could have a new contract in place for those rural residents by the end of this current contract. When would a motion like that come forward? When would that work for you?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Tim Dick again. I would suggest, Councillor Thompson, that would need to be probably late this year, this fall, sometime or late this fall. Of course, if it was council's wish to not extend, I would caution council, though, that there are many of the factors potentially affecting things were discussed tonight, keeping in mind that our mandate here at Waste and Recycling has always been to deliver the best service possible at the lowest cost. So, of course, adding large areas in that are remote comes with more cost. And keep in mind that charges are assessed based on assessed property value. So everybody's 4 bags of garbage doesn't cost everybody the same, or 3 bags of garbage doesn't cost everybody the same. It costs you relative to your rate of taxation. So those are all important things. So as well as some unknowns and some very important strategic initiatives that the province needs to clarify and we would be waiting on, such as organics diversion and things like that. So it may be advantageous, while it may be not advantageous to add various communities in, I would suggest that it would be advantageous to perhaps look at the extension, because it puts you in a better position to be ready for other larger initiatives which the province may send our way after the fact. So my answer to your question is, I would say by the end of this year.
All right, I very much appreciate that. That's something I think that all rural councillors will have to consider. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, through Mayor Caniff. Mr. Kazera, I would like to follow up Councillor Thompson's inquiries. And could you elaborate more on the opportunities for additional diversion blue box items and organics, collection and disposal? Do you know when we would know from the province what our restrictions or instructions are, so that we could get that included in our next contract, whether it be after 21 or 23?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Clearly, the unknown is out there. However, the priority of the province right now relates to blue box transition. Having said that, the regulations are being developed in consultation with all communities with the assistance of AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. So we fully expect, firstly, to understand what the new blue box world will look like. And what I mean by that is what materials, perhaps in addition to what are currently recycled, will be added to the program in future years. And then, of course, as Tim pointed out previously, the organics program is on the to-do list by the province. However, we're uncertain as to when we'll see definitive information as to whether it will be a voluntary program at the municipal level or imposed on municipalities. I would suggest that we're probably looking at 2 years out before we have concrete information in that regard. Hence why we believe, at this point at least, an extension makes a lot of sense. However, if in the short term we hear otherwise, we may change our opinion.
Fair enough. What about, there have been a lot of comments brought to me with regard to changing weekly recycling and then bi-weekly garbage stops. So we couldn't fool around with that schedule either until we renegotiated the contract, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. In fact, that's a very significant change in collection. As you can imagine, when you actually reverse the collection schedule for garbage and recycling, you severely impact on the capacity of the fleet to handle the volume. In the case of garbage, you'd be handling the same amount of garbage. However, double the amount of garbage in a 2-week period, yet your fleet is only equipped to service it weekly as opposed to bi-weekly. With respect to recycling, you would go to a weekly collection, which means you would split the volume essentially between 2 weeks, which leads to inefficiencies insofar as collection. So insofar as an extended contract, which accepts the status quo more or less going forward, that would not be possible without a capital investment and an adjustment in resources, both fleet and perhaps human resources, to collect on that basis, on that new frequency that you've mentioned. Certainly, a future RFP will have to consider the very thing that you've raised, because it is deemed to be a best practice to collect recycling weekly and garbage bi-weekly, primarily because it promotes recycling as opposed to disposal.
Well, that is where we're in agreement. So I think a lot of my residents anyway, I've had that brought to my attention over and over again. So they would expect that that would be part of a renegotiation of the garbage contract. The other question I got this weekend was the 18 part-time employees at the transfer depots. Do they just work at individual depots, or are they part-time, and that means they split that part-time between different depots because they aren't open at the same days or times, or are they just part-time, period? Or do they just, is their shift at the transfer depot deemed part-time, and then they do other things for the municipality the rest of the week?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The part-time staff, some only work at one of either the transfer station or leaf and yard depot sites, whereas others actually work at multiple sites. But they are only part-time, and they do not work for any other division or department municipally. However, some do have jobs outside of the municipality to fill, obviously, the void, because they work as little as 5 hours a week up to a maximum of 24 hours a week.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Kazera. And I'll look forward to further discussion with regard to the extension of this contract and the renegotiation of the terms of it. Thanks very much again.
Okay, we've got 3 more speakers. We just need to be cognizant that we're heading towards 10 o'clock. We'll be looking for an extension shortly. So I'll go to you, Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple quick questions. I've been asked, if you have a rental unit and you have a landlord that has not contacted City Hall, even though they've been requested, is there a way that those tenants can get recycle boxes?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Generally, our policy with call center staff and all the municipal offices is for the landlords to authorize the release of blue boxes to their tenants. However, it's not a widespread problem, so we tend to be flexible, and obviously in order to encourage recycling, we typically provide the boxes needed.
Okay, thank you. And second question, the old blue boxes that may have been damaged or broken, is there a spot where they can be dropped off instead of just throwing them into the garbage?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The boxes are actually recyclable, but the only location that they can be delivered at this point in time is any one of our 8 transfer stations, because they have the capacity to handle those items and return those to the recyclery for recycling.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Rick. Just a quick question here. I have obviously there's the Tilbury, and then which I have a house where we collect to. Then the very next house is Tilbury East, and we do not collect. Can we not just add that to the delivery list without going to, or pickup list, I guess I should say, instead of having to go back to council to add a single house that has 4 trucks drive by it every garbage collection, and the one stops right in front of it but will not stop and pick up theirs?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Unfortunately, as Tim pointed out earlier, the RFP establishes very definitively the 911 addresses associated with the 20 curbside communities. Albeit there are areas of urban sprawl where a truck may go by weekly. It seems convenient, but unfortunately they're not taxed for that service, nor is the contract obligating the service provider to provide the service. If we do it for one, we need to be prepared to do it for all. And unfortunately, it's not a requirement currently for the very reasons that Tim mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you again. Just like Councillor Thompson, I'm baffled by this, and I definitely hope that one of us brings this forward before the end of this year so that it gets changed for the next one. Thank you.
Councillor Foss.
Sorry about that. Question regarding yard waste addressed to Rick. You know the problem we've had in Dresden regarding getting rid of yard waste. Now, you're not mentioning anything in your report today, whether it's acceptable to go into general garbage or not.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yard waste at the curb was, as some council members will recall, was eliminated back in or prior to 2015, the start of this contract. It's certainly accepted as a waste stream in the current toter cart system. However, as you can imagine, a good majority of residents use the toter exclusively for household garbage as opposed to leaf and yard waste. Hence why we've established the 9 leaf and yard depots throughout Chatham-Kent to try to accommodate excess leaf and yard waste that residents have to dispose of.
Okay, my next question then is regarding the transfer station in Chatham Township, or Camden Township, sorry. I believe it's on Huffside Road, is it? The one close to Wabash.
I think you're thinking of Splinter Line.
Splinter Line, that's right. Now, it's just the transfer station, but it doesn't allow yard and leaf waste.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. In fact, the Camden transfer station on Splinter Line, as well as the Wallsburg transfer station, both accept leaf and yard waste.
But I'm looking at your diagram there, and it's not highlighting yard and leaf waste. It just had the red dot for a transfer station.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm looking at the Camden site, which has both a red and a green dot, which means it's utilized for both household garbage and recycling, and as well leaf and yard waste.
Okay, and I'm looking at a different one. That must be the one on, what is it, Darrell Line?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Sorry for the confusion. The facility in Chatham Township, which is the single red dot, does not receive leaf and yard waste. simply because the property is too small to accommodate that waste stream.
Okay, sorry for the confusion, and I was looking at the wrong one, thinking it was the one that was on Splinter Line. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, anyone opposed to accepting this report? Hearing none, passed. The next is 16F.
16F, new transit user fees, amendment to bylaw 19, 2020.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kirkwood White, can I get these put on the floor?
Sure, I'll put it on the floor.
And Councillor Kirkwood White.
Councillor Kirkwood White, are you there?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, just a very brief clarification. Just for
Sorry,
the
you're
be-
second. Sorry, Councillor Kirkwood White, you're seconding it right now, and then I'll go to or Councillor Thompson, then yourself.
Got it.
All right, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, just kind of concerned, to be honest. I mean, I know I put it on the floor. It doesn't mean I'm going to be supporting it. I had some people reach out in regards to the fees that we're applying to this sort of transit situation, and that other municipalities don't charge those fees, especially since a lot of this is electronic and online. There aren't the costs involved. So I was hoping somebody could speak to how we settled on the 260 and the 40 cents.
Is Anne Marie or Thomas available?
I'm available. I thought Anne Marie was on the line. It's Thomas. I can answer that. Really, we're looking for cost recovery. And so the 40 cents per transaction is the cost that the bank charges us for that handling to manage those transactions. And internally, it's the handling fees, our staff putting that together, putting it in an envelope, and then mailing it out, and the cost of the postage. So it's just strictly cost recovery. That's all we're looking at.
All right. I understand that. I mean, when we talk about COVID-19 impacts and ramifications and trying to help out businesses and individuals, I just feel it's a little punitive to the individuals who, quite honestly, have the least ability to offset these costs. So again, not something I'll be supporting. I'm looking forward to further conversation, see if I'm the only one that feels that way.
If I could add, please, Mayor Caniff, it's Thomas again, GM of IS. So that's just the initial new card. So if you're purchasing, that's just option one. So you wish to purchase a new card, you do that online, and then you have asked to have it mailed out to you. So certainly, if you keep that card, from then on, every time you renew the card, it's only 40 cents. So that's just the initial fee if you're asking for a new card. So I just want, it's not every time. It's just a one-time fee, only if you're asking municipal staff to mail it out. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a very similar question. I was just asking for clarification that this is not a new source of revenue, but simply an amount to offset additional costs. So thank you.
Okay, seeing there's no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Waiting for 3 more.
No, Judy.
No, thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll move to notices of motion. The first one is Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, Councillor Mark Oche, will bring forward the motion to the next council meeting. Sorry, I don't have the date on me. That urban area allow up to 6 chickens with no roosters and only in single residences, no apartments or multiplex homes. Thank you.
Okay, then the next is Councillor Harrigan, then followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Harrigan, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the June 29th council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas COVID-19 has changed the everyday lives of people and communities all across Chatham-Kent, and whereas there is a need to understand the human, social, and community impacts of COVID-19 and how we can move forward as individuals, households, and communities, and whereas there is an opportunity for council to take a leadership role in the recovery and adaptation to the new normal due to COVID-19 from a human, social, and community standpoint, and whereas resiliency is identified as a critical success factor for the CK 2035 plan. Therefore, be it resolved that staff at the municipality of Chatham-Kent work with the United Way of Chatham-Kent alongside local partners and stakeholders, engaging community members to identify key recommendations to mitigate the negative human, social, and community impacts of COVID-19, and that these recommendations be presented in a report to council. This report may consider elements such as the impact closures and isolation has had on missed healthcare visits, for example, missed childhood immunization, seniors with multiple chronic diseases, the mental and emotional toll COVID-19 has had on everyone and every community in Chatham-Kent, including ongoing support for individuals, families, and communities as we navigate the future new normal due to COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 for the homeless and those in precarious housing, helping people be emotionally ready to return to work, school, or regular daily activities, and ensuring access to childcare and elder care as needed, financial stability during the recovery from COVID-19. 2, that the above report consider any gender, socioeconomic, and racial disparity of the impact of COVID-19 within Chatham-Kent and its recommendations. And 3, that municipal staff, in partnership with United Way, organize, plan, and schedule a strategic planning session with council to discuss the human impacts of COVID-19. This session will take place before the end of September of this year. This session may be held in tandem with other strategic sessions discussing COVID-19. The results will be reported back to council.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, I understand you have 2 of them, so you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The first one is I, Councillor Anthony Sakachi, here provide the following notice that I would bring the following motion to the June 29th meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas the municipality of Chatham-Kent recognizes the significance of tree cover as an important part of a balanced and healthy community, and whereas the public are looking for ways to participate in regreening the municipality, and whereas Councillor Brock McGregor put forth a successful motion that included that the municipality of Chatham-Kent develop and implement a street tree cover policy to maintain and encourage the tree coverage by continuing active surveillance and maintenance of trees and municipal right-of-ways, including replacement when required. Be it resolved that administration develop a Chatham-Kent tree donation program where residents and businesses have an online method of option of making financial donations to the municipality of Chatham-Kent for the sole purpose of increasing tree coverage and implementing an awareness campaign when ready to accept donations, and that council approve the creation of a reserve for tree donations. Recommendations on the utilization of the reserve would be brought to council for approval. And number 2, I, Councillor Anthony Sakachi, hereby provide the following notice that I'll be bringing the following motion to the June 29th meeting for discussion and voting. Where the municipality of Chatham-Kent is a fortunate home to a number of areas that have direct access to bodies of water used for recreation, and whereas many of the access areas include a variety of easements, fire access roads, right-of-ways, and a variety of both private and public access features, and whereas one of the outcomes of amalgamation is a lack of consistency in the treatment of these access features, causing many difficulties for staff, council, and residents, Be it resolved that administration develops a report to council that includes ways to implement consistent messaging, safe access points, and standardization signage if required for waterfront access. This report should include possible divestment opportunities and costs associated with ensuring access points are maintained for safe use and requirements for utilization by fire and emergency services.
Okay, Councillor Hall, can you give us the closed session reports, please?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor Caniff. This is the closed session report for Monday, June 1st, 2020. Council received information on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on by the municipality with regard to CRTC fund application support, Section 239 2F, I, and K of the Municipal Act, and proposed acquisition of land by the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to surplus St. Clair Catholic School Board properties, specifically St. Joseph Catholic School, 25 Raleigh Street, Chatham, Section 239 2C and F of the Municipal Act. And the council closed session report from Monday, June 15th, 2020. Council directed administration on proposed acquisition of land by the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to surplus St. Clair Catholic School Board properties, specifically St. Joseph Catholic School, 25 Raleigh Street, Chatham, Section 239 2C and F of the Municipal Act. And council received information on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and commercial information supplied in confidence to the municipality, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position of the organization with regard to Ridge Landfill, Section 239 2F and I of the Municipal Act.
Councillor Finn, will you second that?
Happy to second.
Okay, anyone opposed? Carried. Approval of communication items. Councillor McGrail and Councillor Crew, you put that on the floor.
I'll move that.
Okay, Councillor Crew. Councillor McGrail, you second that? Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Wright then. All right, we'll move on to Councillor Latimer. How about that?
I can second it. Councillor Wright.
All right. All right. Anyone opposed? Carried. Non-agenda business. Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that there is a procedural bylaw that allows a councillor to have a decision made tonight, reconsidered, and I would like to propose that at the request of the co-chairs of the Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force, the amount of the Small Business Recovery Grant be increased from $1,000 to up to $5,000 per eligible applicant.
Councillor B. McGregor, will you second that?
Happy to second that.
All right, Councillor Kirkwood White. Oh, sorry, we've got our clerk wants to say something.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Caniff. So as Council is aware that we have discussed this evening, and this would be a reconsideration. According to the procedural bylaw, when you reconsider something in the same night, you only require a majority vote to put it back on the table. So before we can put the actual decision of the 1,000 to 5,000 on the floor, we need to have a majority vote of reconsidering that at this time. So that's what's on the screen.
All right, we'll put this to vote.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you.
Judy, it's Councillor Harrigan. I've been kicked out of the webinar, so I say yes as well.
Thank you. All votes are in. So motion is a majority vote, so we can proceed with the discussion of the motion.
Okay, there's the write-up. Councillor Kirkwood-White, do you have any other comments regarding that, or is it pretty self-explanatory?
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just that there were a number of deputations that spoke to the increase from 1,000 to 5,000. And there might be some applicants that don't need as much as 5, but a little more than 1,000. So if this makes sense to everybody, let's vote.
Okay, I've got Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Oche have a question. Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I actually just had a quick comment for open agenda. I'm okay on this topic. Thank you.
All right, and Councillor Oche, do you have any question?
Mine was for non-agenda as well.
All right. Okay, seeing that, if there's no other comments, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Oche, how would you vote?
Yes.
And Councillor Harrigan?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes.
All right. Other non-agenda business, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This just a quick comment directed to Mr. Kelly. I know this is a conversation that Councillor Solomon's had numerous times in the past regarding the railroad crossings in our community. I just wanted to touch base with you to see what we can do better from a municipality to encourage these railroad companies to actually take care and maintain their infrastructure, especially when we're having new roads go close proximity. Is it possible to regain some connection with them to see if they can take care of the problematic railroad crossings in our area? The reason why I'm asking it open is because I'm sure that every councillor that's sitting, at their desk right now has received a lot of comments lately about how atrocious some of them are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am open to suggestions on how to improve that relationship. We do speak with them regularly. I just feel that this is a challenge for them as well. It's a budget problem. They have a limited budget. They can only do so many. And they prioritize not just across Chatham-Kent or Ontario, they prioritize across all of Canada. So I wish I had a better answer. We have a good relationship with them. It just comes down to the funding requirements that they don't have right now because of various cuts. So we can write letters to them. We can have the mayor write another a letter asking for additional support. We can identify the tracks that are of greatest concern. That's what we typically do now and give them plenty of notice, but it just, because of budgeting challenges that they have, this is why it takes so long.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to, I'm not positive, but I'd just like to know when Councillor Sakachi's Million Trees motion is coming back to council.
Is this, if there is no answer out there right now, can Dawn, could you ensure that we send out, follow up on the answer and then send that out to all council, please?
Yes, your worship, we'll do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving into reading of the first and second bylaws. Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Crew, will you first and second that?
I think that was a real question.
So moved.
Dawn?
Second.
Dawn, you're all right. Anyone opposed? Carried. Third reading, Councillor Foss, Councillor Pinsino, will you put it on the floor and second it?
So move.
Seconded.
Okay, anyone opposed? Carried. Resolution of council in closed session adjournment, Councillor Hall. Come on, Councillor Hall, you're going to bring us home here.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have I don't.
Here, I'll read it. I'll read
sorry,
it for
Judy
you.
got
The
it.
Chatham-Kent Council adjourned to its next meeting to be held on Monday, June 29th, 2020, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Okay, Councillor Hall, Councillor Finn, first, second.
Happy to second.
Councillor Hall, I know that you said you were going to put that forward. Anyone opposed? Carried. Okay, thanks everyone. We've wrapped it up at 10:01. We ran 1 minute over. Is that legal? All right, there we go. Thanks everyone. Bye-bye.